Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we're about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to continue the program.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Ladies and gentlemen, visitors of Prague, this is Legito PowerUp 2023. Please welcome your host, John Holtz.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. Is that an introduction or what? So I got to follow that up. Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here this morning, and it's a pleasure to welcome all of you here on behalf of everyone at Legito. We're very excited to have a very full day of conversations with you to connect and build our knowledge across our user base. We gather here today really to celebrate our user community and the remarkable impact you have on shaping the future direction of our products and services. As I said last year, at Legito, we aspire to be a leading voice in digital transformation. And in this rapidly evolving digital landscape, and I think many of us have been talking about this over the past couple of days with AI, we understand that the success of an application lies not only in its functionalities, but also in the engagement and the collaboration of its user community. Indeed, it's the diversity of ideas, the exchange of knowledge, and the synergy of shared experiences that fuel and drive our collective growth. By connecting users, developers, and industry experts, we believe we can unlock the full potential of our solutions, identifying new possibilities to deliver enhanced features and functionalities that cater to your evolving needs. It is, in fact, through your voices that we continuously gain clarity and direction. For you, we hope that the conference will serve as a platform to engage with fellow users, learn from their experiences, and expand your network of like-minded individuals. It's an opportunity for you to forge new connections, and we hope form new partnerships. So before we get started with things, I have a few administrative items. So first, as we do each year, we have grown our user base exponentially, and this conference is a reflection of this, everyone that we have here in the room. But we are also live streaming, and we have a large audience connecting with us remotely from all corners of the world. We're also filming this event, which you saw in the very beginning, which means that we need to stick to our agenda today. So as a master of ceremonies, if presenters or speakers go over, it's going to be my role to keep things on pace. So if you see me nicely step out onto the stage and encourage people to come off, that's what I'm doing, okay? And the second item, we're very excited to announce that we have an application, a conferencing application. And for those of you who attend conferences regularly, you're probably familiar with these. If you haven't already downloaded the app, you'll find the Wi-Fi instructions and the QR code on the program on each of your tables. Simply scan the QR code and you'll be directed directly to the app. On the app, you can connect with other attendees, find out who's here, message each other, arrange one-on-one consultations with some of our SMEs here today. And last, and really most importantly, you can pose real-time questions, and we hope that you do. Throughout the presentations, if you have a question, send it in the app, and we'll do our absolute best to answer or address your question at the end of the presentation. If we don't, we'll address your question when we're in a networking break. For some presentations, we won't be doing questions right after, and some we will. So you'll see that as we go. Okay, without further ado, we have a very full agenda. So let me get things rolling by introducing the first speaker. So our first speaker is Paul Saunders. He is the Chief Innovation Officer and partner at Stewart McKelvey, one of the largest firms in Atlantic Canada, with offices in all of its provinces. Paul currently oversees the firm's process improvement, pricing, and legal project management functions. He and I worked together along with my colleague Mark Settle in America to create a firm-wide deployment of Legito. And Paul is here to discuss this and much more about his vision and automation and digital transformation at the firm. So please give a warm welcome to Paul Saunders.
How you doing? Hi, everybody. Really great to be here. So what I'm going to be talking about for the next 30 minutes or so is a story, our document automation journey over the last couple of years. But it'll be more than just the last couple of years. I'm also going to do a little bit of a flashback for you to talk about a just disastrous major technology rollout in my firm a number of years ago and some of the lessons that we learned and how we've tried to incorporate those to make sure we don't make the same mistakes again as we embark on this new journey with Legito. So excited and really pumped to be here, very excited to be in Prague. What I'm going to start with doing is just explaining, first, a little context, a little background about Stewart McKelvey, which is the law firm that I work at, and then talk about how automation, document automation is just really important for law firms today. And also do that little flashback, talk about some of the challenges that we've seen in other major technology rollouts in the past, how we've been able to incorporate lessons learned into this project now, what the payoff is, and where we're going from here in terms of Legito, in terms of next steps. So a little bit about Stewart McKelvey first. So we're a full-service law firm operating out of Atlantic, Canada, and so typically I have this graphic up when I give presentations. I realize you might not know where this is. So just imagine going right across the Atlantic Ocean into Canada, far right, that's Eastern Canada. So we've got 4 provinces, we've got 6 offices, about 250 lawyers, about 300 support staff, so about 550 people in total. I work out of our Halifax office, which has about half of our people. We are the largest law firm in Atlantic, Canada, practice in pretty much every area other than criminal law and family law, but a ton of corporate work, a lot of litigation work. And so, flashback about, 7, 8 years ago, I was a practicing lawyer at the time, did a lot of work in mergers and acquisitions, large, major kind of corporate restructuring kind of transactions. And increasingly what we were seeing were clients were pushing back at us in terms of our hourly rates. We were primarily still billing on an hourly basis, but we were getting more and more pressure to reduce those rates every year. There's this trend in the legal industry that was really starting to hit home at that time called commoditization. This idea that you're really competing for the lowest price in certain areas. Rather than looking to the quality of the service provider, you're really primarily competing on price. And certain practice areas were being impacted by that more than others. So these pressures really put a lot of considerations into our heads about what we do about this. How do we respond to these evolving challenges? It really meant that we needed to start looking at ways to be efficient, where our clients weren't necessarily going back to us because of the relationships that they have with our partners, but more looking for the most effective price. And a sophistication in our clients that just meant that we had to up our game and had to evolve our business model and start to offer alternative pricing structures, try to use innovation to become more efficient so they weren't in a position where we have to write down our fees at the time of billing. So we decided at that point, back in 2015, to create our practice innovation department. At that time, I had been a partner, just made partner, a corporate partner in the firm. And I left my practice, handed away all my clients, and took on a new role at that point as practice innovation partner. Now I'm referred to as our chief innovation officer. And at that time, my boss, our CEO, had been a mentor of mine. And so it was pretty apparent we needed to up our game. We needed to embrace innovation to respond to these challenges that we've been seeing in our market. And at that point, we articulated a strategy, what we called our practice innovation strategy, which was to create a culture of continuous improvement, learning, and change to respond to the evolving expectations of our clients. It really is about our clients and making sure that we're delivering what they are expecting as that evolved, new pricing models, discounted hourly rates. And so we also appreciated at that point that you can't just innovate in a vacuum. Innovation typically kills hours. And if your pricing model is based upon hours, you've created a whole bunch of disincentives that you're just going to hit a wall eventually. So we realized we needed to look holistically if we were going to be successful in embarking on this journey and implementing this new strategy. Process improvement was obviously going to be a key component. Mapping out our processes, identifying our wastes, streamlining, and document automation obviously plays a critical role in that, in terms of eliminating risk, improving quality, and speeding up processes. We also needed to implement those supporting technologies in order to do that. We implemented our new intranet, which was really kind of the mechanism that delivered our tools to our lawyers and staff members. But we also knew, again, that innovating kills hours, so if you're billing on an hourly basis, you need to have an advanced pricing function. So we started to explore different pricing alternatives, looking into profitability analysis to come up with the right structure that actually would create incentives for our lawyers and for our clients to use these new technologies. And we created our new financial dashboard system. We started to embrace project management and scoping and making predictions about hours and really trying to up our game in terms of aligning our interests with the process improvement initiatives we had. But we also needed to make sure that we were compensating our partners for utilizing these tools. So we actually created a structure where we pay our partners, we pay our associates to be engaged in innovation. So we organize ourselves across what we call practice re-engineering teams in different practice areas, and identify specific roles and compensate partners and associates in the form of bonuses for participating in our innovation initiatives. Because if you're just being paid for billing by the hour, but we have all this innovation we've got to do to respond to the evolving expectations of clients, you are going to hit that wall. So that was a critical component of the strategy as well. So let's talk a little bit more about automation and why it's so important. What we're increasingly seeing in certain practice areas with, like I said, this trend towards commoditization. And so if you wanted to get a simple will, the market is only going to bear $1,000, $1,500 max. So if you're billing by hourly basis, you're not using document automation, you're just manually typing out a will or copying and pasting it from different precedents, it's extremely time consuming. So it was resulting in significant write-offs at the time of billing. And we have a comprehensive financial dashboard system that my team put together. What we were seeing is year over year, steady decreases in our realization, meaning that what percentage do we recover of our full hourly rate? Over time, because of those pressures from clients, those percentages were going down, down, and down. And in a practice area like estates and trusts, or commercial lending, or the banks were really scrutinizing our fees and demanding more cost certainty, it became essential that we maintain quality while reducing the cost. And document automation is a great way to achieve that. By coming up with a standard form of document, fill out a questionnaire, hit a button, generate a vetted quality document that would have taken far longer, it was in our economic best interest to start to explore document automation to align with all the other initiatives that we had underway at that point. It was absolutely critical. So we started to explore, we started to experiment with different early versions and had some early wins. But we did end up getting to a point where we needed to expand out, create a more scalable solution. And that's really when we looked into Legito. But before I get to Legito, it's time for my flashback here. You probably are wondering why we've got Voldemort up on the screen there. I'll get to that. So let's go back in time by like 12, 13 years. At this point, I was actually an associate practicing in our corporate group. And I remember being called into a training session. Didn't have any idea what it was for, practice management software training. So I just show up in this room, a bunch of my colleagues. And they have this instructor at the front that starts to say, all right, when you get back to your computers, you're going to have this new software installed on your computer. We're all like, what? What's that for? And then the next 2 hours, I'm sitting there sweating, nervous. I was trying to get a big purchase agreement out for a closing that was happening later that week, and just started to get really panicked because I didn't know what this was. I don't know why I was here, and I could instantly see inefficiencies building up and was really frustrated. So this was an implementation of a new practice management software that had largely been driven by our finance and IT teams to try to make the back office function a little bit easier. But it hadn't been communicated to the lawyers and to the staff members. We had no idea why we were there, and we absolutely rejected this. It was a complete disaster. Everyone was sitting in these chairs, nervous, looking at the screen, like, what are we doing? Why are we doing this? And many of the folks, when they got back to their desks, just refused to use it, called up IT, delete this terrible software from my computer. I am never using this. Why are we doing this? So it was an absolute, complete disaster. And what happened, funnily enough, a couple of weeks, it just went away. It just got deleted from everybody's computer. We never heard about it again. And so the joke was that, I don't know if you guys remember the Harry Potter movies or the books, where in the first couple of movies, there was the one who will not be named that they talked about, right? You couldn't use the name Voldemort at that point because that pretends like it was real. So that's what we started to call this practice management software, Matter Center. We called it Voldemort because no one wanted to admit it. No one wanted to talk about it. You're like, whatever happened with that? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. And so we made an absolutely terrible error in not admitting that we had made a mistake and not learning from it. But at this point, years later, reflecting back on that, we have been able to extract some pitfalls from that rollout and lessons learned that we've really focused on and trying to embark on these new technologies since then. So let's talk about where we went wrong, and then I'll show how we're kind of using these tips to make the right decisions at this point. User needs were not identified at the outset. This was really driven from our IT and finance departments trying to make their lives easier, but they weren't focused on their customer. They weren't focused on the lawyers and staff members that would be using this software. And that was obviously a huge mistake. Without consulting with your users, without understanding their pain points, without understanding what it is that they're really trying to accomplish and what work is like at their desk day in and day out, you're really not going to be successful in your technology initiatives. And no focus on why. Like, why is it that we're installing practice management software? Are we doing this because our finance and IT teams need their lives to be easier? Are we doing it to reduce risk? Are we doing it to reduce our insurance premiums? There was really no clarity around what's in it for me, what's in it for us. And if you don't have that buy-in, you can't communicate why, you're really not going to be successful. The product itself also was extremely frustrating. It was really clunky. I remember seeing there, and I wasn't able to create 2 instances of a Microsoft Word document. As a corporate lawyer, you're often looking at your definition section on the one hand, and a new instance of your document, and then drafting like your term, your reps and warranties, your covenants on the other. With this software, remove that ability completely. And that's something that you just wouldn't know unless you were a lawyer. And so if you don't consult your lawyers, you don't get them to try out the software in any meaningful way, you're going to miss these really obvious issues that are going to really jeopardize success of your project. And they didn't really do a whole lot of research on this one. I think like just some vendor came and made a pitch and it looked great and they just signed up right away after a quick demo amongst members of our IT and finance team with like approval of our partnership board. But nothing beyond that, no really meaningful user engagement beyond that. They didn't put enough resources in it. There was only a couple of people assigned to it. It dragged on for years. They kept throwing more and more money and customizing it when they got all this negative feedback, and it never really ended up going anywhere. The other thing was also like a hot potato. Like, nobody wanted to own it. Nobody wanted to go down with this sinking ship. And so it kept going around for different managers, different directors, different chief. Nobody wanted to own it. So there was no clear ownership, insufficient resources, and reached a point where it really made no sense. But they just kept throwing more and more money at it. And it was really a complete disaster that we pretended that never happened. Anyway, terrible disaster, but we've learned a lot from it. So what are some of the lessons that we can extract from this failed technology rollout? First of all, you need to determine the right time to move to a technology like that. We weren't ready to move to a comprehensive practice management solution at that point. In fact, we're probably still not ready. It doesn't really make sense for everybody. What I'll often say is the best technology you could use in the first instance is a sticky note on a whiteboard. Get a bunch of people in a room that understand the particular problem, identify your stakeholders, and start mapping out that process, identifying opportunities for improvement. So start there. Implement technologies when it makes sense to do so. When you've built a foundation of success, when you understand your problem, now look to ways that you can start to iterate with a new technology. But don't jump to that right away. And you obviously have to clarify ownership and responsibility. Who is the person that's responsible or the team that's responsible? Equip them with the necessary resources. And start by identifying who your customers are, the lawyers and staff, the end user. Talk to them. Understand from them what the features are that they need to make their lives easier, and clearly articulate why you're doing it. And get them involved and create that sense of ownership in your people and sponsorship so that they're proud of it and they want to be a part of it. You also need to make sure that you're aware of the specific features that are needed, that you're researching the market and identifying what's out there and trying to find alignment with what your problem, what your features are, and what the available options are. Sometimes it might even be software that you already have, that you're already paying for, that you could utilize instead of going to some other solution out there. And change management is so fundamental. People experience change in different ways, and the natural reaction to change, any change in most cases, is going to be resistance. And you have to acknowledge that. You need effective ownership, leadership, sponsorship, and you need effective communication and bring people in from the very beginning. And it's important to embrace this concept of continuous improvement and iteration. Incremental improvements with people and buy-in from the very beginning is a great way to make sure that these projects are successful. So with all those lessons learned and all those terrible things that happened with Voldemort, here's the way that we've approached our Legito project over the last couple of years. The first thing we did is we made sure we had funding lined up for a document automation tool and made sure that we made the business case. This is something that's necessary. This is why. because of the pressures that certain areas are having, because of the evolving expectations of clients, it's absolutely fundamental that we can incorporate document automation into our workflows. We struck a working group, incorporated a number of different lawyers, staff members, ultimate end users to get all those different perspectives in place. We then identified and extracted the key features that we needed in a solution. We researched the market, we ran demos and trials, and found a solution that really fit the mark, had the necessary resources and budget lined up. So we started working with John and Mark, the North American contacts with Legito, found Legito to be excellent. They were willing to do a proof of concept with us. They automated a couple of documents out for us for free, gave us access to the software for 30 days, and extended even longer because we wanted more consultation, we wanted more user engagement in that process, and had some wins early on. Got our partners in front of this technology, and they just loved it. And we had used document automation in the past. This was so much simpler, it was so more straightforward, and it was really geared towards the user's perspective. And the way that you use, as you know, all of you are users of Legito, it's that you can see the document, it changes dynamically, you can make changes in real time. We've also been able to integrate it with single sign-on and with our document management system, NetDocuments, to make it seamless. It's got to be easy. Our partners are busy. They do not want to spend the time clicking around, click, doing all this stuff. They want it to be right in front of them. They want it to be intuitive. They want it to be simple. We needed to make it as easy as possible. We really found the right mix with Legito. So currently what we're doing is we're in the midst of a soft launch of our new intranet portal, SmartNet. And Legito is a core component of that we've integrated within this new platform. And I'll give you some screenshots in a little bit. So here's a screenshot of our features list. So when we were doing this research, after we had identified all the different features we needed, we listed off all the different competitors and had a team of articling students that we got to research these different options. So we identified in each row the specific features that we wanted, or every column, and every row were the different competitors out there. Had a little grid where we would look at each one, the criteria, and assess whether it met our needs. Legito emerged at the top of this list very quickly, and that's where we really started exploring that in more detail. So SmartNet is the name of our intranet portal now. We're actually in the midst of implementing what we call SmartNet 2. And it's all about a personalized user interface. So a partner in Halifax logging into SmartNet is going to see different content that's relevant to them than an associate in our Charlottetown office would. If I'm a litigator, I'm going to see litigation-specific information. I'm going to see my matters. I'm going to see my clients. I'm going to see my financial information. So it pushes out that relevant content to the specific user and hides all that information that's not particularly relevant to them. And it's the same thing with document automation. You log on to you click on the Legito option within our intranet, and then you'll be presented with all the documents that have been automated within Legito. Now, what our users don't know is that this is actually within the cloud. This is a single sign-on setup. So we are in our intranet. You click on Legito. We've got a bunch of hyperlinks to the documents in Legito directly from our intranet. We didn't want our folks to have to go into another URL to log in. We wanted to make it really easy for them. So by tying it in specifically into this platform and making it really straightforward, if I am a corporate commercial lawyer, I'm working on a financing transaction, click. And then instantly, the data entry form pops up, which allows them to enter in the client information, the particulars of the specific transaction, and then you've selected all the documents that you want to generate. You hit another button. That saves it into our document management system seamlessly. Prior iterations of document automation at the firm which required you to go into Microsoft Word, click on a different tab, click on another button to scroll through the list, click on another button to go into the sub area. There you open the document, scroll down to the bottom of the document, fill out the questionnaire, hit a button. 2 minutes later, it works away, you finally get your document. Then you got to manually go in, you got to save it into the document management system. We needed it to be far simpler, far easier, and we've really, I think, hit the right balance there with respect to this. So in terms of the stats to date, we are still early on in our document automation journey with Legito. What we wanted to do is we wanted to kind of build a critical mass of documents early on, get more buy-in, develop those champions, and iteratively start moving our way forward before a big launch of SmartNet 2 at the end of this month. So to this point, I just pulled these stats off Legito platform before I left Canada a couple days ago. 81 documents have been automated to this point across 6 different practice areas. We've got mergers and acquisitions, commercial lending, estates and trusts, litigation, labor and employment, and corporate reorganization. And continuously expanding and looking at new opportunities, new documents all the time. We've automated a total of 600 pages. And we've actually not only licensed the Legito platform, but we've actually also entered into a services arrangement with Legito. So Legito is supporting us in the automation of our documents. We've been converting the documents that had been in our old legacy document automation systems into the Legito platform. And the great thing about that, too, is that these documents were already vetted. They were already approved by various different working groups. So the process of easing those into the system is going to be much easier because they can extract the field codes and the structure of the documents, so the automation process is a lot simpler, that process of converting them in. To this point, we've had 573 unique documents generated, and we're averaging at this point about 50 to 60 documents per month with a total of 43 unique users. So the line is up. It's still going to grow a lot more. My expectation is we're probably going to be 5 times that number a year from now or even more as it really starts to take hold, as more and more of our users, our lawyers, our legal assistants embrace this new technology. So we're only about 3 weeks away from our hard launch of our new SmartNet Internet portal. We're actually in the midst of a soft launch. So we're giving people the ability to go back into the old system in the interim, just to kind of ease that transition. As of the end of this month, in June, we'll officially be live, and we're in the process of putting together promotional materials, videos, really promoting this big launch of Legito. Now that we've got 6 different practice areas with documents automated, we've got that critical mass. We didn't really want to start with 1 or 2 documents here or there because we wanted to have something for the vast majority of our people. So now all major practice groups across the firm, labor and employment, litigation, and corporate, have a meaningful amount of documents that they could start using right out the gate that have been vetted and approved by our various different practice re-engineering team members. And we are actively now looking for more partners, more associates to partner with us. So a part of my role is to meet with partners, meet with associates, promote what it is we do in our practice innovation department. And every meeting I have with them, I always will ask, so do you have any documents you want to have automated? Do you have any standard tools or forms of documents that are clunky, cumbersome, a little time-consuming, specific to specific clients or just to your office? And actively promoting and encouraging people to send us their documents. And if they're prepared to work with us, vet them, approve them, and kind of get that buy-in in their different offices, like I said, we're prepared to compensate them for it. We make a case at the end of the year. They could be paid both under our associate comp system and our partner compensation system. And always looking at expanding to more and more practice areas over time. We're also going to continue to monitor and gauge usage, hopefully seeing significant increases in those usage stats over time. So it really becomes a kind of a fully integrated component to the way that we work. And I do think that that's one of the big advantages to Legito, is that it's just so integrated, it's so simple. A couple of clicks from where you're going to be anyway, you're going to have your hands on the documents that you need. And it is also that we continue to focus on this idea of a holistic way of implementing the strategy. You can't just focus on document automation only. You need to make sure you have aligned pricing structures in place. You need to make sure that you're incorporating and promoting that into your RFP responses, that you're embracing project management, that we're continuing to compensate our partners and associates for utilizing these tools and embracing innovation. Because if you really do think of it as only that one thing, you are going to hit a wall. Eventually. You're just not going to have alignment with your incentives to get to the place that you need to be. So that's it for my formal presentation. I think John and I are going to have a little Q&A session now.
Thank you, Paul. That was fantastic.
My pleasure.
So we do have a number of questions, so we'll step over here
Great.
and have a little conversation. All right, so first I have to get the technology working. All right, so number of questions. what are the key areas in a law firm where process improvement, I guess process improvement is a key area for you. What initiatives can have the greatest impact?
So I've kind of big into process improvement generally, right? And I think that with process improvement, you want to start by clearly articulating your goal. What is it you want to accomplish? And then to answer the question, where do you want to focus? We like to focus on those areas where you have the biggest amount of benefit and the least amount of difficulty. That's the sweet spot. And we actually use, what we call a priority matrix. So if you have a whole bunch of different practice areas, different projects, different potential solutions that you want to develop, you always want to focus on those that are scored the highest on a relative basis in terms of impact and easy as possible. And so if you do those easy things with the biggest amount of benefit first, you're going to get the most progress. And hopefully easiest implementation, most buy-in from your team, and use that as a foundation to get to those meatier, more difficult things. So in our area, in our world, it would be those practice areas where are more commoditized. Those areas where there's pricing pressures, where we're getting a lot of pushback from our clients on those discounted hourly rates, requests for alternate pricing. That's the sweet spot, because there is an incentive for our lawyers to utilize document automation and process improvement there, because they need it in order to make money. They need it in order to satisfy the needs of the client and not write down their fees.
Yeah.
So that's how I would answer that. You always want to hone in on biggest benefit, least amount of effort.
Oh yeah. So you get
that varies by the organization.
And good for law firms to be adapting, because they weren't always so
right.
inclined to do that. What are some of the challenges and obstacles at a law firm that you typically encounter when implementing process improvement initiatives? I know working with attorneys in general, they like to stick to what they know and do. So what challenges do you?
Yeah. I mean, I'm a lawyer. Lawyers can be real difficult sometimes and very autonomous and independent, right? And this idea that I'm an owner of this business. I'm going to use the documents that I want to use, and I don't want to use your documents, and I'm going to use my documents. And so that's definitely one of the challenges that we see, is that independence and autonomy, which is amazing in terms of being entrepreneurs and going out and driving new business, but it can be very difficult when you're a firm like mine and we're trying to standardize, we're trying to implement consistent processes and procedures across the firm, but you bump into that independence. It's a real challenge. And I think it also comes back to, in terms of other challenges, just basic resistance to change, right? Like I said, the natural reaction to change is resistance. People will resist. We often think that the path to success from where you are to where you want to be is a straight line, and it's often you're going to dip in performance on the short term because you get that resistance inevitably. You have to plan for it. You need to make sure that you've got the necessary pieces in place to be successful.
Absolutely. Have you found with the generational change that lawyers are embracing, or at least attempting to embrace it more easily?
You know what's funny? I don't actually think that it really kind of breaks down by the generations. I mean, some of our junior partners, associates, are just as resistant to change as some of our more senior ones. And in some cases, some of our more senior lawyers are the most willing to adopt these new tools. Yeah. So I haven't really seen that trend across generations. I definitely think that our more junior folks would be more comfortable with some technologies in general. But it's not a hard and fast rule. It really depends upon the person, depends upon their interests. And, a lot of lawyers just love the law. They want to practice law. Like, I don't want to worry about this tech stuff. I want to focus on the practice of law. I want to advocate. And so they don't really have as much interest in thinking about these things. So it's our job to bring them along.
That's what we often hear. This may go along with something you previously answered, but are there specific methodologies or frameworks that are commonly used in process improvement in the legal industry? Yeah,
so we would use Lean Six Sigma, which is kind of a merge between Lean and Six Sigma, which really focuses on your customer. And I've kind of weaved in some of those concepts in my presentation, but you really want to focus on who your customer is, who is receiving the value from the process. You want to be able to map out, visualize the current state of that process. You want to be able to spot the waste, where there are defects, where there's errors, where you're not utilizing your people effectively, when you're processing things too much, when you're waiting too long. And identify those wastes, identify those issues. Again, I mentioned in my presentation, you want to sticky notes and a whiteboard are the best technology you could possibly start with. By visualizing that current state, spotting those wastes, getting everybody into a room and having a conversation about where you need to focus your efforts. Looking for those specific tasks, projects, initiatives, biggest amount of benefit, least amount of effort, prioritize those, create a work plan, follow up relentlessly. That's how I would kind of boil down our approach to process improvement and the toolkit that we use, and we use that across the board. That's not only with working with our lawyers and staff members, but also in trying to streamline our back office functions, working with our finance team, our IT team, our HR team. We use the same basic methods. And they're very simple. It's just get people into a room, visualize the process, see the errors, prioritize your solutions, follow up relentlessly.
Very good. Well, this kind of goes along with that. Do you use data analysis and metrics when doing this?
Yeah, we do. I touched on it briefly. And so in our internet portal in SmartNet, one of the first things we did when we kicked off our practice innovation strategy a number of years ago is implement our financial dashboard system. And so every lawyer at our firm has the ability to look at their realization. And I described that briefly. It's what's my full rack rate? Where am I getting discounted? Where am I getting written down? Where are clients not paying my bills, and what's the percentage? So you could look at any practice area, you can look at any client, any timekeeper, any office. And that's a great way of gauging those practice areas, those clients that present the best opportunities. Like I said, we focus really on estates and trusts, residential real estate, commercial lending, because those are the areas where our realization was suffering. So if you look at like 10 years ago and you saw that we were at 90% realization and now we've gone down to 75%, there is an opportunity right there. Those practicing lawyers are not getting compensated as much for their work because they're getting written down or because the clients are pushing back. I mentioned before it's so important to focus on why. What's in it for me? What's in it for you is that your realization could go back up to 90-95%. So by understanding that data, making it accessible to people within a couple of clicks, being able to quantify that measurable outcome that we're looking for, it's a great way to prioritize and also to check and see whether you're being successful at what you're doing. And so we've really focused on estates and trusts. That's one of the big areas where a lot of those numbers are really increasing. We've automated wills, we've automated power of attorneys, guardianship appointments, and we have been using document automation before Legito. What we've seen is as soon as we started implementing document automation, our realization started to trickle up. It's gone from like 75% up to 90%, because that is an area where it really does lend itself to automation and standardization. You're burning through countless hours manually cobbing together a will. But if you fill out a questionnaire, you've vetted it, you've approved it, click a button, instantly you're starting to see the economics come along with it. And so our financial dashboard system has been instrumental in quantifying that data, getting that buy-in and tracking whether we're being successful.
Very good. Well, that brings us to the end of our questions, and I just want to thank you again for coming today and presenting, and it's been a pleasure working with you. I know Mark and I often comment every time I get off the phone with your firm, like, there's a breath of fresh air to work with these guys, and we really appreciate it.
No, it's been great working with you guys as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thanks a lot, John.
Bye-bye. So I'm going to introduce our next presenter. Anyone who's accessed Legito's blogs has seen, we like to write up things on current trends in the industry, and those are authored by our thought leader, Charles Drayson. So today, Charles is going to discuss his experiences with automation and how to become a citizen developer and why you should too. Please welcome to the stage, Charles Drayson.
Thanks, John. Okay, most of you don't know me, and it seems every presentation at the moment has to say something about artificial intelligence. So I thought I'd kick off by asking ChatGPT to tell you about my background. So I asked, who is Charles Drayson? There is a notable individual named Charles Drayson who is known for his achievements in the field of business and motorsports. Charles Drayson, also known as Lord Drayson, is a British entrepreneur, businessman, and former government minister. And it says I have several speed records for my participation in FIA Formula E Championship races. I was a government minister between 2005 and 2010, and I advocated for the advancement of science, technology, and innovation in the UK. Unfortunately, this slide is a more accurate description of my experience in motorsports. My one and only participation in motorsports ended before I even completed one lap of a go-karting event. I was the only one who'd never raced before. There was no practice lap. One of the marshals simply briefed me beside the track. I could drive, it's not that complicated. On the long straight section, he said, down there, you can put your foot to the floor, he said. On that long straight section, I did put my foot to the floor. And alas, all long straight sections of racetracks come to an end eventually, typically with a bend. I failed to slow down, I didn't get through the bend, I left the track through the pit lane and hit a brick wall. What happened after that was only reported to me because I was unconscious. I hit the wall, fuel and oil started to pour out of the cart. Marshals came onto the track to lift me out. One of them slipped in the oil, slid under the cart and snapped his leg. And 2 of us were in hospital. That's not the only incorrect detail from ChatGPT. Here I am standing outside 10 Downing Street a few years ago, admittedly, the home of our British Prime Minister, but I was not there as a government minister. I was there because the government invited representatives from software companies who'd been selected as having technology which the government thought had the biggest potential to achieve cost savings and efficiencies in public sector organisations. And one of those technologies was document automation. And I was there with Gary Junsen, who's here today. Incidentally, this is the real Lord Drayson, now Baron Drayson. He's actually my cousin. He's not Charles. But perhaps Andra will invite him to speak to you next year, because he does champion IT. This is what ChatGPT should have said. I was lucky to be in that generation of kids who were the first to be introduced to computers at school. In the early 1980s, I had a maths teacher who told us about computers and programming. But this was a time when code was translated onto punch cards and fed into a mainframe computer at a nearby university that filled a room. It was before PCs existed and before the internet existed. If we did a maths calculation and the answer added up to more than 256, which is the biggest number that can be represented in 8 bits of binary code, we had to manually code, otherwise we got a stack overflow error, an overflow error. It was strictly for nerds, but I was hooked. This was a time of mass unemployment in the UK, and I remember a school careers advisor telling me, would you believe, messing around with computers is fine as a hobby, but it's not a career. And I became a lawyer. I qualified as a lawyer in London with what is now Hogan Lovells. I spent a few years with Evershed Sutherland, which is one of the 10 largest law firms in the world. And that's when I first came across document automation technology. I also served as general counsel in EMEA for Ceridian Corporation, which was then a US quoted corporation, and a provider of business-critical outsourced services in payroll and HR. And it was my time with Ceridian that marked the point when I became what I would now call a citizen developer. We won the Legal IT Award for mitigating risk through the use of IT. We automated 20,000 contracts in that time, and it now marks 20 years since I've been working with document automation. It's fair to say I arrived at Ceridian in interesting times. I had some challenges to address. I was responsible for about 1,000 documents a year, 1,000 contract documents a year, and a team of 70-plus salespeople. The products were complex, and the task of creating contracts was error-prone, and one of the issues the SEC investigation found was that we needed to do more work to make sure our contracts and contract management more accurately reflected customer projects and actual customer revenues. It was time to turn to automation. I had no budget. I had no chance of getting help from our IT team because they were busy developing customer applications. At the same time, the common expectation of IT solutions could be summarized in this slide. I needed contracts to be better. The sales team needed contracts to be faster, but my lack of budget prevented me throwing money at the task. And so there was only one option. It was time to roll my sleeves up and experiment with document automation that I'd seen a few years earlier. And I signed up for a free trial and started building. That gave me 4 weeks to see if it was a system that I could use. The software itself had a modest cost, but I didn't have the budget to pay consultants to do everything for me. I didn't know it then, but I couldn't have used consultants anyway because we didn't have a clear specification for the documents we needed. I would need to build the templates myself. Our contracts were just too complicated to explain to consultants. And I knew I could do it. I knew I couldn't do that, but I needed to know that I could build the solution. So Gartner have this definition of a citizen developer. And the question was, could I become one? By the time we finished, we had a fairly chunky set of templates. They spanned over 1,000 pages of text, over 40 templates. We modeled 1,400 variable parameters, modeling our pricing and our products. And at that time, the automation tool I used had to be controlled using script. This is what script looked like then. These scripts look a lot like programming code. They also had another feature in common with programming code. It was easy to add errors when building templates. But finding the mistake in all that code was hard. It was perhaps unsurprising that most automation projects deployed by organizations were built by professional developers, usually external consultants. The cost of automation software was modest, but the cost of hiring developers was not. In addition to the significant cost, the problem with delegating all the work to consultants is that someone has to take the time to brief them on the requirements, brief them on your documents, and you need to spend the time getting the documents in good shape for them to use. Imagine how hard that is to do with the details of the products we had, which were complex. So complex that even our own staff struggled to understand our pricing and products. And doing that while we had a day job. When you see software vendors do demonstrations, they typically demonstrate something simple. But you know your organization isn't simple. Very few organizations are simple. Complexity arrives over time because real life is complex. So in real life, we have to balance the two propositions on this slide. We'd all like solutions to be simple, but the risk is they become simplistic. The task of a citizen developer is to cater for complexity when it can't be avoided, but the trick is to build a solution that's elegant and even to handle that complexity. But don't dumb down the solution because users will quickly rubbish it. Give them a solution that's robust enough to get the work done, but present it in a way that's intuitive and helpful. Let's look again at the Gartner definition of a citizen developer, but this time with the second half of the definition. All citizen developers are business technologists. There is no required designation of proficiency or time allocation for citizen developers, but they must be employees of the organization. Let's bring that to life. It means citizen developers are people who work in your organization. They're not members of your IT team, and their job title is not citizen developer. They have roles which means they understand how your team works and what it does. Their domain expertise is your business operations. They know how work gets done, not just normal operations, but what happens when things aren't normal. They know what good looks like. They know how they're accountable to other departments in the organization. They know the inputs they receive from other teams and know the outputs they have to pass to other teams. So what does it take to become a citizen developer? Could this be you? Could you find people in your organization who fit these requirements? A vision to see how things could be improved. Confidence to try something new and experiment. And a desire to contribute and make an impact. And an infectious passion to get the support of management. But look at what's not on the list. You don't need to be a programmer. You don't need to be used to writing specifications, detailed requirements for consultants, provided you do pick a no-code or low-code platform. And this is the biggest change I've seen in my 20 years working with automation tools. And we should take a minute to consider the impact of that no-code, low-code. So you've already seen older automation platforms are built using script-based controls. You have to learn the syntax for scripts, just like learning the vocabulary and grammar for a new language. Eventually you do become fluent, but it takes time. No code means fewer errors, less time fixing bugs. The less obvious problem with code-based tools is more prevalent when you have a big feature set. When I was writing the scripts you saw earlier, the software only did one thing. It created Word documents from a template. There was no workflow, no document management, no collaboration tools, no digital signatures, no customized views, no reports. There were no reports. I only had to learn the code to control the document automation. Modern automation platforms like Legito have a much broader feature set, and new features are being added all the time. And if those features were driven by code-based scripts, you would need to grasp a bigger syntax set every time a new feature comes out. With code-based systems, the tool and the code demand your brain power, leaving less focus for the task. But here's the most important difference. Code-based tools are intimidating for new users. They make it less likely that your business experts will volunteer to step up to become citizen developers. And you do want subject matter experts, not just people who like to geek out on code, albeit I once did. Citizen developers are now more widely recognized as force multipliers in an organization. They're good for the organization, and they're good for the people who work for you. The type of people who make good citizen developers are inherently valuable team members, and those are people you absolutely need to retain and motivate. If they meet these requirements, giving them an opportunity to be citizen developers will help you do that. They already understand your business. They know how to make it better. You trust them. They're the people you want in control of your new solutions and systems. They want what's best, and their interests are aligned to yours. Give those people the tools to do the job, and you won't have to translate your requirements for consultants who are alien to your organization and alien to your culture. And even if your organization is big enough to have a well-resourced IT team with in-house developers, those people are in short supply right now. So using citizen developers can bridge the skills gap, free up your developers to work on systems that demand hard coding and solid IT skills. And citizen developers get projects live more quickly, and they will innovate and iterate solutions more regularly. They'll navigate your compliance and internal procedures more intuitively. They already know them. If you want your organization to thrive using citizen developers, you do need to provide the best environment for them. And as soon as you realize you might want more than a few of them, the best thing you can do is create what's generally become known as a center of excellence. Think of it as an informal grouping of citizen developers, and it provides multiple benefits with either little or no cost. It provides all the benefits on this slide, but overall, they provide the best way to spread the solutions in your organization after the first few projects reveal that you do have potential for growth. They will seed your future projects, and they'll help you sustain and maintain solutions after they're deployed. A center of excellence is a pool of experience and skills which works best if you do use solutions that will span the whole enterprise, like Legito. I live in Stratford-upon-Avon, so I couldn't resist borrowing some Shakespeare to bring me to the heart of the matter. Why would you choose to become a citizen developer? If any of you in this room or your colleagues back at base could step up to become citizen developers, there's good news for you. A seasoned veteran of legal technology, who some of you in this room do know, used to tell me all the time that he spent most of his career dealing with lawyers who were looking for ways to become non-lawyers. It's true to say that my diversion into automating contracts did reawaken a teenage interest in working with IT, but it has brought much more than a distraction from being a lawyer. And if I achieve nothing else today, I do want to share the sense of fulfillment and satisfaction and stimulus that I've got from working with these platforms. If you're a citizen developer, you don't have to work with awkward systems being done to you or imposed on you by people who don't understand the needs of your team. You can build something that suits you. And it's immensely satisfying to use your skills and experience to do something that multiplies your impact and helps your colleagues. Harnessing the power of solutions like Legito to help your team work better is a contribution that will get you noticed. You don't need to be a manager. You don't need to have any particular seniority. You probably don't need permission to get started. You'll be delivering something of value using initiative. You'll become one of those people that gets recognized as a linchpin, someone who delivers. And every organization has those people. I bet you can all think of individuals in your organization that nobody would want to lose. They're probably not senior executives. They get the best bonuses and nobody ever asks why, and they're known outside the departments where they work. They're recognized by colleagues as well as management, and they're the people you want on the A team when something important's going down. New joiners in the organization want to work with them. Citizen developers fall into that category of people. But is there bad news on the horizon? Let's come back to a topic I mentioned earlier, artificial intelligence. And I'm sure you've all seen headlines like these. And ChatGPT is one of the most talked about AI solutions, widely touted to bring about a revolution that will not be good news for workers. Maybe citizen developers will be out of a job soon. I started this talk with an example offered for amusement, but I don't want you to lose sight of the important point. I hear senior executives talk about AI and acknowledge that it's not perfect, but they do get excited about shiny new things. Effectively, they're saying it's not perfect, but it's pretty damn good, and it's good enough to do wondrous things. I wouldn't be on stage if I was cynical about all advances in IT. But I do believe that many executive teams, fed by a diet of headlines and too time poor to do deep reading and research, misunderstand the nature and inherent flaws in some IT algorithms, some AI algorithms. You've probably already heard about the risk of AI perpetuating biases to create machine-based discrimination. So let's talk about a different flaw. Let me use a human metaphor to explain the point I'm making. We all know that surgeons can make mistakes like the rest of us. A surgeon doesn't perform with 100% success. We accept the risk because we have to, albeit we do like professionals to do what they can to minimize the risk. And many executives think AI is like that. It's not 100%, but nothing is. But the deficiencies in AI are not like that. When AI goes wrong, the results can be so crazy that the scale of the error is simply not comparable to the errors made by most professionals. When humans make mistakes, they tend to make mistakes within predictable boundaries that permit risk mitigation strategies. For example, pilots and surgeons use checklists to avoid making mistakes which come about from human fallibility. But many of the errors made by AI systems, if they're not filtered, can go wrong in unpredictable ways. And that was the point of my example at the beginning of this talk. Anybody in this room who wanted to check out my background using basic web resources would not have had difficulty realizing you were not about to hear from a government minister with former speed records in electric cars. There's no shortage of online resources about my background, and yet ChatGPT got it wrong. And this is the important bit. It does not get it wrong in ways that we would expect. The mistake about my background is not because I have the same name, for example. I'm Charles Drayson. The chap you saw earlier is Paul Drayson. In case you think that my example is a one-off example of dysfunction, let me use a more serious example. And this one's actually so recent that it came out after my slides had already gone to the production team. So this, beg your pardon. So this is a judgment, not a judgment, a motion filed in the US Supreme Court only a couple of weeks, pardon me, only a couple of weeks ago. And it's noticed to show cause for a lawyer who went to court and presented skeleton argument, and submissions for a case. And it turned out that 6 of his cases were totally fictitious, and his submissions and some of the quotations were bogus. It was created by AI. And in fact, only on Monday of this week, my wife, who's a judge in the UK, brought home an internal memo for which has been distributed in her court, now warning judges specifically to be on the lookout for submissions and skeleton arguments coming to them that have been created by AI, because they look very real. Beg your pardon, I got my slides wrong. So it follows from this that I don't think that AI is going to be the end of all our woes, end of all our jobs. But my experience of using automation is that when automation is deployed to do tasks that humans currently do, you start with tasks that are mundane and tedious for humans to do. And as they get better and better and they go further into the process, there comes a point where they need to be configured, steered, and guided by humans. The humans who know when the automation should stop and when the humans should start. And I think citizen developers are going to be at that junction. Oops, sorry, I went backwards. Citizen developers, I believe, will transpire to have been the craftsmen and women of the 21st century. And we all know instinctively in our hearts the ability of craftsmen and women to make things better. So if you have people in your organizations or you yourselves feel you could do this, it is time to step forward and step up to do that. With solutions like Legito, we don't pretend that automation is going to cover all of the things that humans do. We very rarely recommend an automation that totally displaces human endeavor. We believe that the tools work best when they augment the work done by humans. And citizen developers will understand instinctively how best to do that. So this is one session where we said we would have time for questions at the end. So I know where John who's polling the questions. Hi, John.
All right, thanks, Charles. That was fantastic. You know, through our many years in document automation, we'll find clients that love the product, and their struggle is finding someone that, you know, can actually implement. And so they always ask, you know, we always say subject matter expert, someone who's technical, and now we have a name for it, citizen developer. So yep. I'll be using that. So we have a couple questions. So how realistic is it to use citizen developers for the whole implementation? Do you sometimes need external consultants?
So before I answer that, let me give some context. Although I am a citizen developer, I've also done my stint as a consultant as well. So I'm not biased against consultants, and plainly Legito has some fine ones. So let me tell you where I think the consultants have their place and why I think citizen developers have theirs. So consultants are absolutely the people you need. If you're an organization that's bought a solution and you want it up and running quickly, you don't want to give the folk in your organization the time to learn the tool, inevitably make some mistakes and have to do some rework. If you've got to get up and running quickly, consultants are a good way to do that. Ideally, they would do it in conjunction with the people who want to train up to become citizen developers. The other place for consultants is if you do have some hard integration skills or some one-off tasks like configuring single sign-on, things like that. That's absolutely the thing for consultants. But I think having citizen developers is actually going to be essential if you want these solutions to be around in the long term. You don't want to have to turn to external consultants every time you make a change in future. You want your own teams to be able to do that.
Absolutely. You want the in-house expertise. Another question did come along those lines, and I think this is a good one. How would you recommend citizen developers collaborate and work alongside professional developers within a team?
Well, I think first thing is collaborating shouldn't be confined to within your organization. One of the things I've found on these platforms is that there's a good deal of collaboration between organizations, and we hope that events like this will be the start of that. And I would totally encourage any formal or informal groupings of people so you can share experiences, because everyone starts at one end of the curve and gradually gets up. And I found that people like sharing that knowledge, and indeed that's why I'm here. So find groupings to do it. I think, if I'm honest, in future it's something we might do more to facilitate at Legito. That kind of, we need to get enough critical mass of people who want to do it to make it interesting. But that collaboration is really important. But with the consultants, most of our consultants have got plenty of work to do. It is in their interest to help organizations get self-sufficient. So ideally working alongside them and doing a bit of knowledge transfer while they're doing it is obviously beneficial. But it would take a bit longer to do that. You do have to meet the halfway. They can't spoon feed it to you. You do have to make some efforts yourself as well.
Absolutely. Well, that's it for the questions. Thank you very much, Charles. Very good. Thank you. So the discussion of consultants, expertise can be crucial in any large deployment, particularly these complex deployments that we have, and not just with Legito, but the rollout of really any enterprise solution. Our next speaker, Lorena Rocha, is a managing associate at Refin Associates, which is a member of Deloitte Legal. She has experience in legal operations, process improvement, design of legal operation models, and implementation of legal technology. Lorena is going to discuss with you her thoughts on achieving success in digital transformation. So please give a hand for Lorena and welcome her to the stage.
Hi everyone, thank you very much for having me here. As John nicely said, I work with Deloitte Legal. By background, I'm a lawyer, but in the last couple of years, since I've been always passionate about technology and making life easier for lawyers, but not only, I've helped clients streamline the way they operate with contracts, how they manage day-to-day tasks related to contracts. So today I want to talk to you about how can a consultant help you with a digital transformation, but mostly focused around contracts. We know digital transformation can and generally affects the entire organization. I want to start with a bit of framework, and the framework that we use to help clients to find a bit their direction. Digital transformation is such a big word. You can go in so many directions. I think it's very important to, first of all, think about where you are now and where you want to go. And this task is not always that easy. We always have aspirations. We naturally tend to be idealistic. But I think it's very important to be realistic about where you are, where your team is, and where you want to go. And this is a question of maturity of the team, of the technology that you have already in the organization, but it's also a question of maturity of the technology that can support you. There is a lot of hype and marketing talk about technology, but as most of you are probably aware of, there is a big gap between marketing presentations, talk, and the reality of putting the technology into real life, into the day-to-day life of your companies. And I think it's also important to be realistic of how many steps you want to go forward. Of course, now we all hear about ChatGPT, AI, transforming our lives. But if you are now working with documents, let's say in a traditional way, in Word, saving them locally, or perhaps in a SharePoint, transitioning directly to a, I don't know, idealistic AI type of solution might be a step too far. So our recommendation would be to take it slow. Technology transformation is a journey. It's not so easy to jump steps, and to be realistic about where you are and where you want to go. And if we're talking about the maturity of technology, this is a Gartner hype chart from last year. I think it's important to realize that technology have a natural hype peak. As you might see on the slide, we have a lot of technologies which are mainly either in the hype phase, like, I don't know, AI, ChatGPT, this kind of things, or maybe we have technology who are now more mature. And I think contract management is one of the technologies that has reached now maturity, both in terms of functionalities, value for money. If you wanted to buy such a technology, I would say, I don't know, 5-7 years ago, it would have costed a lot more, and perhaps the functionalities would have been much more limited. And I think this is one of the key areas where we see clients being interested and really putting effort into having something into real life. I think AI and ChatGPT is now entering the maturity phase. It's of course very good on perhaps more broader topics, but for specific, very applied knowledge like contracts, like legal work, I think there is still work to be done to have it bringing real value to your day-to-day lives. The next topic that I would like to cover is that when we see clients, interested in technology, wanting to make things happen in their organizations, we see several challenges that they need to overcome, and we can group them in 3 big categories. The first one is knowledge. There are so many technology solutions out there, either specialized on contracts, more broadly for documents, or special tools for sales or procurement, which also have document type of features. And it's very hard to keep track, to know what is best for your organization. It's not one size fits all. You really have to know what you're after. And it's indeed a challenge even for us as a consultants who constantly research the market to keep track. Secondly, and very importantly, I would say it's a challenge about resources, and in particular in this context where we are today, it's hard to convince management to get the budget for this type of investment. How do you build a business case around it? And who will actually work on the project, because contracts are at the core of the company. They impact the organization from the ordering phase, the procurement phase, and up to the finance phase, where you have to pay invoices, make sure that they respect the contract, and so on. And being at the core of the organization, this means you have to find people involved in the project who really understand contracts, because otherwise the consultants or the technology provider cannot work without your particular input. So it's hard to find people, to find time in people's diaries to contribute to this type of engagement. Thirdly, and this is a topic that I would not understate, it's a bit of reluctance. Of course, in every team there is this innovation type of person who is very open and keen to change and is the ambassador of change. But many people feel fear when we talk about technology, the fear of being replaced, the fear that their job will no longer be relevant. And I think it's important to recognize this and to think of ways of how we can encourage these people to get on board and to feel more comfortable with technology. Because in the end, I think it's very important to understand that this is a people process. So of course you're buying technology, but technology is used by your colleagues, by your employees. So it's very important to have everyone on the same boat. How a consultant can help tackle these challenges? I would say again there are 3 key areas where we can bring value. Firstly, expertise, and I think this is quite self-explanatory. Putting up in place the proper governance and helping you to build a network of resources that will help you turn this technology project into reality. And I will deep dive a bit on each topic. If we're thinking about expertise, of course, a consultant has been in this project several times with other clients across various industries, and I myself have seen how a similar problem put in a different context, for example, a regulated client like a bank, has completely different views and so on with, I don't know, an unregulated type of player like a real estate investment fund or a chemicals company. But even so, there are common lessons and common issues that every company faces, and I think it's important to learn from the lessons of others and try to avoid the same mistakes. And secondly, we as consultants invest a lot of time into getting to know the solutions and not just reading on the websites. We constantly do demos with them. We put difficult questions, we test them, so we really spend a lot of time into knowing the market. And this is very valuable because, as said, when you will embark on this journey and you will Google contract management or document automation, you will find hundreds of results. It's very difficult to navigate between all these providers, and the consultant can help you narrow down a bit the list, considering your priorities and your needs. Okay, this would be a list that would make sense for you. Very importantly, and this is something that I would not neglect, it's about process and templates and documents. A technology is as good as a process is. If you just move your current templates and your current processes onto a technology platform, most likely you will face pretty much the same issues. So it's important to think about how you can improve things, and a consultant can help you because it can challenge a bit your stakeholders. It can put questions that perhaps they didn't think about, and you can find new ways of doing things so that you really put to value the technology. For example, if all contracts go to legal and legal is a bottleneck, it doesn't make sense to do the same with the technology. You can leverage the technology so that only contracts with a certain value or with a certain type of risk nature go to legal. Or if it's the other way around, legal gets bypassed and a lot of contracts get signed with no control, you can make sure to put the proper approval flow so that legal gets involved. Speaking about governance, I think a consultant can help you build a very good picture of who are your stakeholders, building a stakeholder map who is not too wide so that you don't get the project done, but not too narrow so that you get stuck when you actually start working on the implementation. We've seen cases where, for example, procurement started the project, legal was involved at the end. They were not happy with what procurement had selected, so I think it's very important to make sure that you properly manage stakeholders. And also how you manage team communication, making sure that you deliver a clear message on what are the objectives with the implementation of technology, what are the benefits, how will the team be involved in the testing, in providing feedback in the implementation so that they are aware, and predictability helps a lot with mitigating the fear that some of them have. And very importantly, how do you manage change? This is not an easy topic. Okay, you bought the technology, you have the processes, but how do you get people to actually use it and, I don't know, make use of it in their day-to-day lives? And here what we recommend is, start small, start with the basic contract and gradually build on it, because if you put a lot of change pressure on people, they usually pull back and they go back to their old habits of Word and email, and this is not what you want. And very importantly, I would say, is also project steering. There are strategic decisions to be taken when you implement this kind of technology. For example, and this is what we see in most companies, they have several digital transformations at once. For example, sales tools, procurement tools, and you also want a contract tool. Well, how do all these link together? What type of functionalities do you want? How do we integrate them? These are critical elements, and you have to think very well about who will be taking decisions. And a consultant can help you build this structure and also provide advice on pros and cons and help you guide through this maze. Thirdly, it's about building a network of resources. And I think the most important resource that you have to think about and building a network of support is internal stakeholders. So, for example, we have seen many cases where legal wanted to be a project sponsor of this, but it's very hard to build a business case without sales or procurement putting effort into this and convincing management to go forward with it. And we can also help with this. Of course, this is mostly an internal type of topic, but it's important to be aware of it. And of course, I think this is the most intuitive type of benefit that a consultant can have, because we have a team of experts doing this every day, either if we're talking about process or template. Experts like myself, I usually deal with designing templates in the way that you really put to value the automation features in the tools, or process design so that you really take advantage of the features of the solution, or technical experts. And I think this is very valuable, because what we see is that most of the companies have champions who are very good at their work, who are innovative, who can contribute to these discussions, but their time is very limited. They don't have the time to really draft templates in a way that they make sense for a solution or design processes. So here is where we can help to bring that extra hand so that we make the project happen under a shorter timeline. And I think very importantly, we also have a network of technology partners, various technology providers like Legito, who kindly invited me here. And we can put you in contact with various people that can help bring your project to reality. I've tried to put here a couple of things to have in mind when considering buying a contract management solution. Some of them I'm pretty sure you've thought about them. I don't think any of them is a surprise. But I think it's good to have a visualization of them. Sometimes you have so many things to consider when buying a tool that just putting a list and allocating some priorities to it makes a lot of sense. Of course, for some companies, Some elements might be more important, for others, other elements might be more critical, but I think irrespective of the industry, these are elements that you should be thinking about when making a decision. I won't go into too much details into this, but I think it's important just to, let's say, have an overview. And I think the critical topic is functionality. It's very important to think what you really need and what is a nice to have. For example, if you deal with a lot of contracts on the template of the provider or your client, it doesn't make sense to invest in a tool who has very complex drafting features, because most of your cases is just about reviewing the contracts of others. Or if you have contracts who have a lot of obligations after the contract is signed, it's important to have a tool that can help you, for example, make sure you renew the contract or you renegotiate or that you provide the necessary documentation. So it's important to think about what is important for you. The next topic would be around accuracy, stability, user experience. A tool is of no relevance if the data is broken, if the user experience is bad and the users are not compelled to actually use it and have the data there. The tool should be very scalable. Contracts build up in time. You can end up with thousands of contracts, and it's important that the search engine is scalable, that it still works well with scale. Of course, cost and time to go live, I think, are crucial. Budget is very important, and timing as well. But a topic which sometimes is overlooked is the vendor. Who is the vendor? It's one thing to talk with an established company where, okay, you might have some predictability, but very low flexibility for new features or to adapt the tool to you. Or if you're talking with a company that is now scaling, who is much more open to adapt to your needs. Of course, there are pros and cons for each option, but I think it's important to recognize the type of vendor that you want to work with. The technology type for some companies, for example, in the regulated industry, it might be difficult to work in the cloud. Integration is a very important topic. As I said, contracts are at the core of the organization. They move from the procurement sales team until the finance team when orders and invoices are paid. So it's important to make sure that you have a tool that can easily integrate with those systems. Data security, it's a no-brainer, so to say. Quality of maintenance and support, I would say it's very important as well. You will realize that after you start using it, you find all sorts of bugs and issues, and you need help to overcome this. And I think the pipeline of development is also very important. You usually buy this tool for at least 3-4 years. So it's important to understand how the tool will evolve, and if you think it's evolving in the direction that you need for your own needs. And a last topic, liability. Contracts contain sensitive information, critical information for your company. It's important to, in particular if you're in the cloud, make sure that you have the proper liability in place. To sum up, I would say there are a few ingredients for success. And I think from my perspective, the most important one is to manage expectations. People tend to think that technology can solve any problem. Okay, we have a tool, now everything will be perfect. It's not really the case, and in particular for complex topics like contracts. Irrespective of the tool, a contract has a detailed set of information that you need to get there, so it is what it is. Technology will help, will make contracts more accessible, but it's important to manage expectations, that it's not perfect, it won't solve all problems. And I think, as mentioned, it's very important to think about process, templates, make sure that they are appropriate for the tool. And you gradually scale up. Learn from your mistakes. It's normal to have mistakes. It's not like you can know everything from, even with a consultant, you still test and you learn, and this is what we recommend to all clients. Start small and build steadily. And very importantly, communicate. Sometimes we get so caught up in the day-to-day activities, testing, or I don't know, our day-to-day work, that we forget to communicate to our colleagues. And I think it's important not to omit this step. And also governance, as I've already discussed. I think it's also important to think about how do we measure success. So, okay, we started this, we are already doing it for a while. How do we see we are in the right direction? Is it what we wanted or not? Of course, quantitative type of measuring would be ideal, but if you don't have data to measure the current state, so how many contracts do you have, how long it's taking to negotiate them, to draft them, and so on, it's quite hard to do a quantitative assessment. But I think qualitative elements should not be disregarded. I think efficiency, of course, one of the critical elements that can show that you are in the right direction. If you see that overall contracts are moving faster, this is a good indicator. Of course, costs, the amount of effort needed to tackle with contracts, this translates into lower costs, or perhaps the fact that the risk of having contracts going wrong and liability caused by contracts not properly managed, this is something, a cost element that you should consider. Risk and compliance, this is of course harder to measure because you usually measure risk when it happens, not that you avoided I don't know how many risks, but I think it's also an important thing to consider. Once you have things in a tool, the chances of things going south are a lot lower. And of course, user experience, people being happier working with contracts and having a better experience. So key takeaways, and to conclude the session, I think it's very important to think company-wide when you think about the contract management solution. Try to think beyond legal. I usually, being a lawyer myself, I usually deal with the legal team, not that often with sales or procurement, and I think it's very important to have this open perspective, to scale in time, to give yourself the opportunity to learn from mistakes, to improve, and make sure that this is a team experience, because it's important to have everyone on board if you want the tool to be actually used. So thank you very much. I hope you found the discussion insightful.
All right, thank you, Lorena. That was great. Very good. So we had one question come in, and that is, what would be your recommendation in terms of steps that a legal team should take for the implementation of a CLM? What are the steps?
Steps. Well, if I were a legal director, I would start with being very realistic about resources, the resources that I can count on in the organization and so on, and decide quite early in the beginning if I need a consultant or not. If you might have the resources, then okay, if you feel confident, there's no need for a consultant. But if you do, bring them early in the game. Try to build a stakeholder map, who do you need to involve, and then start a kickoff discussion, discuss, okay, what would be the ambitions, what do you want to achieve, build a project team. Then I would start having discussions with the teams involved to make sure that I understand what are the priorities for my particular company, because, okay, you might have a good idea for your team, but most likely you don't have such a good idea for other teams that work with contracts, so getting a better understanding of what you need, and only afterwards start discussing with vendors, demos, proof of concepts, offers, and so on, so that you make sure that you have a very good picture of what you need and where you want to go. And what I would strongly recommend after offers and so on, do a pilot, test it, make sure that it's right for you. Contract management solutions require a certain investment, and you want to make sure that you go in the right direction. And then start the implementation, work with the technology provider that you have selected, or the technology implementation partner, and build an agile type of implementation approach, because it's important to learn from mistakes and to give people the opportunity to get used to working in a different way. So this would be the key steps that I see. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it again. Thank everyone.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Lorena.
Bye-bye.
Right. So next we have our first fireside chat. We're going to have a couple of them today. And we're going to do this with Josephina Klapfer. She's a senior manager at LexisNexis in Austria. Gary Usen, our Legito's chief revenue officer, is going to join Josephina and lead the discussion on smart documents as a service. So please welcome to the stage Josephina and Gary. Hi. Thank you.
Morning, morning, morning. Come and sit here. Thank you. So I've got the fascinating subject of smart documents as a service. And in this digital age where automation and efficiency are paramount, smart documents as a service has got a lot of traction. So today I'm joined by Josie Klopfer, who is Senior Product Manager for Digital Products at LexisNexis Austria. And Josie and her team have built a product on the Legito platform called Contract Master that delivers smart documents as a service. So who better to take us through this today than fabulous Josie. So Josie, welcome to Legito PowerUp.
Thanks a lot. Thank you for having me.
Good. Well, obviously I know you really well, but I was sort of wondering if you could maybe introduce yourself to the audience.
I'm very excited to be here and really happy to discuss this fascinating world of smart documents as a service. It doesn't work, just...
Let's see, let me try it. Maybe.
Okay.
There we go. Is that it?
Okay, perfect.
There we
Thank you.
go. Magic touch.
Oh,
There we
fine.
go.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a senior product manager at LexisNexis Austria for digital products. LexisNexis Austria is a leading provider of intelligent legal information. And yeah, I'm focused primarily on providing innovative tools and solutions for a best customer experience, of course, on identifying customer needs and translating them into product features and enhancements. That's also one of the reasons why I'm very happy to be here, because I have a deep passion towards legal thinking and this whole mindset of legal thinking and how we can help overstretched legal operation stuff. Yeah.
Help them out. And so what do you're obviously quite passionate about, legal operations, legal tech, what do you find fascinating about that?
Legal tech is an exciting and rapidly evolving field that offers many opportunities to innovate and improve the legal industry. With a passion for legal tech, you can be at the forefront of this transformation and help shape the future of law. We all should, actually we all need to keep learning and exploring the possibilities that legal tech has to offer. Actually, that's how we met together with Legito and how we created a new product together, which didn't exist before. Our LexisNexis Contract Master. This tool combines the benefits of Legito, a very user-friendly and customizable software, with LexisNexis gold standard legal content, which we have. And the experience has shown that it was a perfectly arranged marriage.
Excellent. Yeah, I think that's something that's really, really powerful is that really that best of breed technology together with that Lexis brand, where Lexis has got a terrific reputation, a 200-year-old history in certain countries, that trusted name, and putting that stamp against is really, just confirms, gives people comfort that they know that all that content is, is going to be maintained by, the leading people in that industry. So yeah, that was, I thought. But going back to the kind of basics here, for some people in the room, could you kind of give a kind of quick explanation of like smart documents as a service and what exactly that is?
Yes, smart documents are an evolution of traditional documents that leverage technology to provide enhanced functionalities and automation. They incorporate elements such as dynamic content, interactive features, and embedded intelligence to make them more powerful and efficient. Unlike static documents, smart documents can adapt, respond, interact with users and other systems in real time.
And how does that kind of benefit like businesses and also the individual?
Yeah. Smart documents offer several significant benefits For businesses, they streamline document creation and management processes, improve accuracy, reduce errors, which is very important, and increase productivity. By automating repetitive tasks, such as data entry, calculations, formatting, businesses can save time and resources. Also, individuals benefit from smart documents a lot. They enable, how I said already, users to interact with documents more intuitively, access real-time information, and customize content based on their own needs. So smart documents can simplify complex workflows, making it easier for individuals to collaborate, review, and approve documents. And all of this gives them more time to focus on other tasks that cannot be automated, for example.
Yeah, I think that's really key as well. You know, it's looking at, you know, you're talking about the individual. You know, it's saving their own personal time, you know, saving their time that they could be. You know, they could be doing a lot more, more important things, and it's that chance of. I know everybody who works, you know, they don't want to be sending out documents that've got mistakes in them, and you know, in this sort of industry that I know that you sell this product to, you know, HR, you know, that we don't kind of want to make, you know, kind of too many mistakes on that because they can. That's, you know, it's very sensitive data that they're all using and things like that. But you know, looking at this kind of smart documents, how does that you know fit into that kind of landscape? You know what?
Yeah, with smart documents as a service, organizations can offload the complexities of document automations. So, because the biggest challenge in using automation tools is building, testing, maintaining the templates, especially if the content changes a lot due to regulation. So this means also of a lot of work, of course. And also our customers would like to have the advantages of smart documents, but a lot of them don't have the time to build the templates themselves in most cases. And with this new product we did together, they have both expertise in a dynamic secure content and a great software.
Yeah, absolutely. And could you provide some examples of how businesses are utilizing smart documents as a service in Contract Master?
Yeah, certainly. Many industries can benefit from smart documents and smart documents as a service. For example, in the legal sector, law firms can automate the creation of legal contracts, streamline the review, approve processes, and manage version control for more efficient. But also, for example, for human resources, it's a big advantage because organizations can use already automated employment contracts because, and that's true, millions of euros are issued each year to companies or HR departments because they didn't change their old templates or some mistakes happened. So this is really a big thing, not that this doesn't happen.
Yeah. Okay. Right. It's really it's incredible. See the potential of impact of smart documents as a service across the various sectors. However, with any technology, security is obviously a big concern. So how is Contract Master Smart Document as a Service ensuring data privacy and protection?
Yeah, security is indeed a critical aspect of smart documents and smart documents as a service in both cases. Our Contract Master, for example, prioritize data protection by adopting industry standard security practices and strict European data laws. Given the nature of HR also, which deals with personal and very confidential data, it's crucial for organizations to have quick and reliable access to these documents especially when urgent situations arise. Thus, ensuring these sensitive documents are stored in the correct place is utmost important. So, to address these concerns, as well as Legito, LexisNexis employs robust security measures to safeguard sensitive contracts. This includes implementing strong access controls, such as user authentication, authorization mechanism. Additionally, encryption techniques are employed to protect data, both in transit and at rest, so preventing unauthorized interception or data breaches. So we employ regular security audits and assessments to identify and rectify any vulnerabilities or weaknesses in the system. And this proactive approach helps to maintain the integrity of the tool and ensures that all necessary security patches and updates are promptly applied.
Excellent, excellent. And what sort of feedback, since you've launched this service? And I mean, this is like a brand new service. We were talking earlier on there that it wasn't like an existing service that Lexis had. This is a completely from scratch new product. So what's the kind of uptake been? What's the kind of feedback that you've received from your clients?
As you already said, it was really a new baby, which was
total
born.
new initiative.
And we have now more than 100 customers already, and for our contract master solution, and the feedback has been tremendous, which makes me very happy as well, of course. You can see it. I just asked them if I may show some opinions. In summary, most customers state that one of the greatest benefits is the ability to avoid significant errors, because this may cost a lot of money and reputation, to act quickly and efficiently in times of limited time resources. And we also now have customers who've never been exposed to this type of technology before, and now want to use it for other areas of their businesses as well. So this will be the next step, where we grow, where we have ideas for an even much better customer experience. And that's for me legal tech. What's happening?
That's what's happening, I know. And I think that's really what you're saying is basically people who, kind of summarize here, really what we're talking about here is people who perhaps wouldn't normally been exposed to this type of technology, and really this is giving them a kind of taste of this type of technology, and they begin to sort of see that, and almost I don't know a phrase, but it's like a penny drop. They sort of go, wait a minute, I'm using this for creating all my kind of employment contracts and all that, but couldn't we just have different content, and we could use it for other things like core business applications? And I mean, that's part of the great thing about this type of service. I mean, that obviously is great for for Lexis for kind of promoting all that type of things, but also great for Legito because it gets the brand out there and gets people aware of that. With all that type of technology. But
we had exactly this example. Company is happy to have HR contracts, so they don't have to maintain them, and it's always up to date and no old templates or something. And then they ask us, okay, we have our sales department had also some, of course, contracts for their own customers, and unfortunately, one person creatively adapted one of these contracts. And they had also to pay money then, and they want to use also this combination, our content, which we have from our experts and attorneys, but their own sales templates also automate, that it's not, that they do not errors anymore. So it's
I always love hearing people automate the sales agreements because I'm a sales guy, and I know I've so many bad ones that have kind of gone out over the time. Right, I'm conscious on the time. I know that we've been strictly told that we've got to stick to stick to the schedule. So I think that's our time wrapped up. All I want to say is, Josie, thank you for coming on stage and sharing it. Throughout my career, I've worked very closely with LexisNexis, for 20 odd years, and I've always super enjoyed working with LexisNexis, and and I'm super enjoyed working with you and your team in Austria. So many thanks for coming and sharing your experience about Smart Documents as a Service.
Same, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Thanks so much.
I get a handshake as well. There we go. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, guys. So the next presentation is going to be our first small group presentation by 3 delegates attending today to discuss their success story in sales automation in an international technology company. I'll let them do their full introductions, but for now, please join me in welcoming 3 folks to the stage. Maria Papazova, she's the Chief Financial Officer at EGT. Katina Titkova, Head of Legal Department at EGT, and then Pavlin Stoyanov from the CEO of Visio. Welcome them to the stage, if you will.
Hi, John. Hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm Maria Papazova, and I'm Financial Director of EGT Group. Here I'm with my colleagues Katina Titkova and Pavlin Stoyanov. They are part of our legal teams. Pavlin Stoyanov is our citizen developer also, and this is new for me. Now it is a pleasure to present our company.
What is behind pressing a button? Where does it take us? We usually only see the end result, but here behind it, there is a whole company in constant innovation. EGT. Where we see that you can always receive the joy of an unexpected gift. We're continuously connected with our collaborators in a worldwide network of 26 offices and 90 markets on 5 continents. Evolution and perfection are a safe bet with our team of experts, consisting of over 2,500 committed professionals in all related areas. Behind the button that can turn everything around, there is the excellence of thousands of people who have been moving forward with EGT for 20 years. Leaders of the game, changing your life one spin at a time.
As you see, our company covers the full process, starting from development, production, and distribution of gaming products. This kind of business is very regulated in the whole world, and very challenging for us also. The company was established in 2002 in Bulgaria with Bulgarian owners, and now the headquarters of the company is situated in Sofia. For 22 years, we have 26 subsidiaries in all the world, and we have a lot of distributors also in 5 continents. Our products, they are hardware and software for a gaming industry, and this is very, very regulated industry. We started with production and development of products for land-based, and after this, starting from 2015, we started to produce gaming content for online business. And from 2019, we create new verticals in our businesses. This is verticals like platform for gaming, sport betting, and lottery games also. This is very challenging for us, and we try to arrange all these processes. What I can say that our products, they are certificated in different international laboratories, and
certificate authorities, and this is the evidence for the high quality of the products that we produce and sell. Our business model is to sell and to rent the land-based products and to give license to use our online products. For now, I can say that we have presence in 90 countries, and we have 3,000 of employees. Probably half of them, they are part of R&D department. For 2022, we achieved 500 million euro incomes in the company, in EGT Group, and this is for the first time, and this is historical point in our entity, in our group. What other to say about the business? We have different kind of specialists, musicians, mathematics, and artists also, and of course, every kind of specialists in our big team. Legito, we met Legito in 2019. And this is challenge for us because this is new, and sometimes the people, they don't accept these new technologies. But we have experience with this because we implemented SAP system. I think we have 11 years experience with SAP system and Salesforce system. And now Legito is something that adds the detailed information to the different systems that we use. And this is some kind of puzzle that complete the full information. And I can say that our goals is to manage in more good way our business, and all kind of these different tools and platforms that can manage document is good because we can address the ownership, we can make a quick status report for all kind of documentation that we use, and to find where we have problems and to solve them, everything this. Probably the next our project will be integration between Salesforce and Legito, because we see that this is very good. We can create very good mapping between the both system, and this will help to the sales department and to the legal department also. Regarding our online business, this is very challenged business because we use a lot of kind of lawyers and specialists to create our legal documentation, and all this organization and steps between the negotiation process we see, and we make the status for what happened with this process, and this is probably 50 to 60% from the deal in online business. This is especially challenge for us. I think that we have enough system with the help also with Legito, because we have we use Legito like control point in our business processes, and we integrate it in our business process. And this is very good because we want to have successful customers and good arranged business in Bulgaria. Okay, and now I will pass the baton to my colleague Katina Titkova.
Hello. So what we were faced with at EGT was this considerable amount of documents and information scattered in different folders, in different departments on the company server. Everyone from a specific department would have access to that information, and at the same time, no one from other departments would actually be able to see any documents. That created big problems because it was quite time-consuming when two teams had to communicate when they had a common task. So I can now show you how it was kind of organized. So, for example, our sales department had their information stored by continent, by country, by client, and they also kept spreadsheets with contract details for a quick reference. All that meant was that there was always someone engaged with doing that only. And what we had a problem with was that often we could not respond to very basic questions like where is the document, when was it created, who owns it, and things like this. So the processing and storing of tens of thousands of paper documents was a very heavy task for us. Sharing of documents and tracking documentation wasn't easy either. Recognizing that this actually lies at the heart of an accurate business process was when we realized that we needed some additional tools. Starting off with Legito, we first uploaded our entire company archive, and only in a few days we had about 3,000 documents diligently stored and organized, and at that point we could very easily answer any question about any document. So then we moved to the core of our business. At that point, we had to organize our global sales. So at EGT, we have our long-running land-based business, as Maria said, and we also have our fairly recent online business. We face two different challenges in relation to these two. With the land-based business where we sell hardware and software, we were more experienced, so what we needed was to keep a good pace and to draft documents on time without making mistakes. And then with our online business, where we weren't experienced that much at the time, we had to be more flexible because sometimes we needed to update the draft the contract templates daily sometimes, and we also had to match sales to purchases because we were purchasing, we were selling what we were purchasing. So to find a solution, what we did was we applied the following approach. We created in Legito spaces corresponding to our main manufacturing businesses. And then we organized templates, sorry, it's in Bulgarian, but this is the structure of our department. So we organized the relevant templates around each department. How this all helped? Well, our main success was that we made our departments completely independent. So now each department that needs to draft a document can do it quickly without the legal department getting involved, which usually takes a lot of time. And of course, it reduced errors and possible disputes, of course, and we increased speed. Just one last thing, we also introduced access levels, and in this way we guaranteed control of the actions and the types of the actions that each person can do while using Legito. And now it's time for Pavlin.
Thank you, Katina. I helped these guys first identify Legito as the tool they need. Then I'm helping them structure it, keep it updated, and because I'm a lawyer by background, they still involve me on legal things, despite, as Charles said, lawyers always, or some lawyers always want to get out of this legal work. What actually we tried to achieve with them were, I would say, 3 things. Make legal department happy, make sales department happy, and the third one, which is not very easily identifiable and obvious, is to have actually a database, not of the contracts and of the clients, but of the legal content which is within the contract, which is, you'll see in a while, very important. So how do you make sales and legal happy, according to me, is when you make as little interaction between them as possible, because sales get frustrated when legal are concentrated on little details and they bring them back the contract all the time with filling up different, according to them, unnecessary details about company name and company identification number and things like that. So generally in the company they were trying to create like a self-service template. So sales or purchasing departments can use the template readily available for them, so they know this is a legally approved template. But still, that was pretty much the baseline scenario without complication, that first draft will be made by sales, but then it will go to legal for approval. Sales will review it. There will be few interactions to get the content. Then there will be negotiations. And then at the end, the Word document will get back to legal. They have to again review it thoroughly, make sure this is exactly the template they started with, PDF it, print it, give it to them, sign. And we estimate that if because there are clients who actually send back the signed document directly, they don't negotiate, but it still requires like 4 hours to 15 hours without complications. With Legito now we cut this time by 3 because we cut a few of the steps. When sales use the template, they don't need to get back to legal if they use the template without complications. They don't need to interact too much. They can directly send it to the other party. Then the negotiations go as usual. This is still not in Legito to facilitate negotiations. But then at the end, we again save a lot of time. Here you see I'm helping them with the online legal part. It took me just 5 minutes to check the contract and approve it, so get it signed. This is, according to us, a huge achievement, and I think sales are happy because they don't rely on legal all the time. Legal have more time. We actually update the templates. We don't work so much on the contracts, but actually when we get something new, we are thinking, okay, actually this is something we'll reuse. We directly update the template, so every new thing we learn, especially in the online business, which is new. The land-based business, they have knowledge of, I don't know, 10 years, but the online is new. Every time we learn something new from a more experienced company, we directly put it into the template, and it multiplies into all ongoing contracts. So it's great, I think, quality and in terms of quantity achievement. And now what I wanted to say is that this is our look to the future. What we want to achieve is actually, if I can wrap it up, is to connect it to all other systems and also help with negotiations, maybe with AI and like specific AI, not like something which knows everything. That's why it's very important that Legito actually is a database of legal knowledge. So you have understanding somehow digitally saved and validated as like valid data into the system, which then can be used, read, understood, like indemnity clauses, etc. So I think that using Legito now is a very good basis for the future to achieve further improvements and optimizations in the digital world. And I think that would close our little presentation of our journey in EGT, where we already have, I think, about 10,000 documents generated for like 2.5 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
John?
Giacomo.
Very good. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All
Thank you,
right. Thanks. All right, everyone. Our next discussion, I know, is one that you're really going to enjoy. Legito innovations in 2023. So we're going to have a number of subject matter experts come to the stage and discuss their favorite feature that we just released and one that's upcoming. And the greatest subject matter of them all is our CEO, Andre Materna. Please, yes. Please welcome Andre.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Again, as usual, it's great to be here again. And today, I'd like to introduce you the features that we've been working on, and we will reveal them soon, and the features that we have released since the last time we met at our conference previous year. Each of us will introduce one of our favorite features that was released and one that will be released soon. So, my favorite feature that we've released a few months ago is the new onboarding. And it's my favorite feature because onboarding is critical for a proper adoption and implementation of basically any software. And when I said onboarding, I actually meant two onboardings. We've created one onboarding for our power users and one onboarding for our end users. The onboarding for our power users is much more complex than the onboarding for end users, because power users, they basically do all the hard work. They automate all the documents, customize the workspace, build workflows, objects, and all other things, which is a lot to learn. And on the other hand, our end users, basically, they just need, I would say, something simple, something they can just, easily go through, don't be delayed from the real thing why they came to the workspace, which is to either run documents through workflow, build some documents, sign them, or anything like that. Onboarding for end users is simplified, and it contains only easy steps that help them to explore core parts of the workspace. What is important is that this end-user onboarding is customizable, so you can choose, or your workspace admins can choose, what steps should be included in the user onboarding, and even customize the tutorial video or at own resources page. So, some core principles on which our onboarding is based. Quick wins means that every single step of workspace onboarding or every single section start with some quick wins, something like a upload logo, watch video, something where a user can get really quick wins, some achievements that motivates the user to keep going and help him to get to the farther stages. We also used gamification, means that every onboarding step is kind of a mission, and user can see the progress, how far he or she is in the mission, and what they need to do to actually get it to the finish line. And the last core principle of our onboarding is personalization. Means that basically we want to teach users what they actually have to know right now, something they can implement right now, they can use to customize the workspace. And we don't want to teach them the things they can't apply in a real workspace implementation. So every workspace can choose the area of interest, and then we let the power users do only the onboarding in the areas where they are interested. So that was our onboarding, and through those principles, you probably know that you can just type in Legito or document automation to the Google, go to our website and create your own free trial workspace. So through this onboarding, we achieved over 100% increase in engagement of the, let's say, new workspace registrations, which given the numbers, it's really great success. So I would say the proper onboarding works, and it really helps with motivation to embrace changes and with proper adoption and implementation of software. So I would say my key takeaway from this, based on our data from last 6 months, is that don't underestimate the power of onboarding, and I encourage you to use at least our user onboarding for your users, for your colleagues, because I hope you will see the increase in their interest in maybe getting new areas automated, or even they will reveal some new ways how they can leverage your implementation of Legito in their day-to-day work life. So what's coming next? Is the biggest project we have ever done in Legito in our entire history. And this biggest project is the next generation document editor. Basically, we take everything we have learned about document automation, mostly from you, and I'm very thankful for that, in the last 10 years. And we use that knowledge to build the next generation document editor from scratch. So everything we know about document automation will be leveraged in this, I hope, very successful project we've been working on right now. Let me share with you some highlights of what it means. The new document editor will be much faster, even for long and sophisticated automated documents. We adopted cutting-edge technologies and developed a unique method of regenerating documents, and this method includes pre-processing of conditions and other advanced techniques, so we can deliver instant response time for our users. So basically, you just click on something, you answer some questions, select something, fill in something, and it will be so fast that you don't even kind of see any delay in this kind of real-time regeneration and automatic modifications in your documents. We also take your feedback and build 3 visual layout options and a beautiful visualization of logic and changes in the documents that I will show you shortly. Okay. Last but not least, the new technology that we have been building will serve as a solid and modern basis or base for future development. So once released, it will allow us to rapidly deploy many new features in the document automation area. Okay. So let me show you some visualization. You all know that basically we have this kind of what we call inline web view of documents, where you have kind of questions and inputs and other selections embedded directly into the documents. And if your document is or if you have a bundle of documents, so the documents and forms are below each other. We will keep that, and we will make it even better, because we will work on a very precise formatting of this kind of web preview of your documents. So our goal is that you don't even notice the difference between, let's say, how the document looks like in Legito in your web browser and how they look like maybe in a final PDF or Word. It means we will also have a optional pagination of those what we call smart documents, and we will add more editing options. So the second layout that will be contained in the next generation document editor is something we call like dual layout, which may be more suitable for some cases, for some documents, which will basically allow you to build a form, or it will display a template form on the left side of your screen, and the documents will be displayed in the middle. So here is some details. So basically, there will be no differences when you are building templates. Basically you have to choose at the beginning whether it's this layout or the standard layout. Basically, this kind of left form will contain everything that is already included in your templates. So you can just by one click you can change the view to this one and then back. And the third layout we will have is kind of what we call template pagination. So basically, it's suitable if you have more templates in a template suite. So right now, the templates or documents are below each other, as I said. So with this new view, there will be always one document on a page, and you can simply go back and forth between the templates. You can also see the progress, which templates are ready. You can see also if some templates have maybe contained some critical errors or some empty fields. Okay, we will have also more view options for let's say active inputs. If the input is empty, or it's highlighted with green color. If it's filled, it's gray. If there is what we call warning, and the type of warning that prevents you from actually saving a document from the template, it's going to be red. And if there is simply some, let's say, optional warning, maybe the warning that just doesn't cause any effect, or just maybe just prevent you from signing it or so, it will be orange. So it will give you more kind of easy and easy overview over what needs to be done in your documents and where should you be focused on. We will have also more view options for our questions. So you can choose basically what kind of visualization of each question you would like to use in your templates. You know, we know sometimes you have a question with like 3 options. Sometimes you have a question that is attached to some object where can be like 10,000 options, and you may want to choose 3. So really this variability of the use cases lead us to basically designing a different question layouts to make it more, let's say, convenient for the end users to simply choose from the question, and it's up to power users, you know, to choose the right visualization based on the nature of each question. Okay, so we will have also kind of highlighting of changes or modifications in the documents based on each action of the user. It will not be just for this layout, it will be for all layout, but for this one it's the best to visualize. So as you can see, when you are on some field, some active field, you can immediately see, you know, if you fill in some text or choose some question, you can immediately see how much changes it caused in the document, and you can simply, they will be highlighted, and you can simply jump through those changes. And the last of many new features that I'd like to show you today is basically ability to do a formatting in your documents. You already know you can do formatting in templates, but the users, they can't, let's say, override. They can change the formatting of documents, of your templates. So, of course, it will be only if it's allowed, so you don't have to allow it if you don't want it, but if you want to allow it, the users, you know, will be able to more freely edit the text, including their formatting. And still, on the background, all the data will be structured, all the logic will be kept, so it will not be, let's say, kind of, I would say, a unstructured text like, for example, Google Doc or document or Word documents. It will be still structured, still the logic will be kept even for those, let's say, customized texts. Okay, so I was supposed to introduce you one feature, but I have actually 2. The second feature I'd like to introduce you today is our integration with ChatGPT, which is a big thing right now. You all probably heard about it. I think the most of you already have an account in that. Basically, ChatGPT is the fastest growing technology in the human's history. They reached 100 million users like super fast. No other application, even social media, anything like that, was able to reach 100 million users that fast. So our ChatGPT integration, we use it to automatically extract important information from, let's say, third-party contracts or your contracts that haven't been automated yet. Of course, or any other documents. You already know that you can upload files, documents to document records, and that basically you can customize, you can choose which informations are important for you, which can be then used in workflows, approvals, dashboards. So, but there was still a missing piece. The data that, the data has to be identified in documents manually. They need to be inserted into Legito manually, which is, of course, time-consuming. And we believe that ChatGPT is the missing piece. That because the AI automatically extracts the data you need to know from your documents and put them to the document record to the appropriate properties, and basically the preciseness is mind-blowing. We did of course some already proof of concepts. We did a lot of testing, and I haven't seen anything like that before. Okay, so here are some details about our ChatGPT integration. Basically, we use enterprise version of ChatGPT, which means that our data, means your data, are not used for training of the AI. They don't need it because the key is in the P in the ChatGPT, because it's pre-trained. The other benefit is that basically the data are not even stored by ChatGPT. They are just processed and then thrown away. And our data are processed in the selected Microsoft Azure locations only, which means that basically they guarantee, for example, for European Union customers, a compliance with GDPR. So we will process our European customers' data on the European Azure server, and there is still version 3 of ChatGPT, but the version 4 hopefully will come soon. For our US customers, there is already enterprise version of ChatGPT, the version 4, so they have the best thing. Okay. And now, please let me introduce you my friend Mark Settle, who is our president of Legito North America, and he will introduce you his favorite features. Thank you.
Here you go, Mark. All right, thank you. We're almost to lunch. You can probably smell it, so we'll see if we can wrap this up pretty quickly. But I want to talk about a recently released feature and one upcoming feature very, very briefly. So clause library, if you haven't used this already, I highly recommend take a look at clause library. It was released late last year, so since our last conference, so we wanted to talk about that briefly. What clause library is, it allows you to create basically many templates that you can then embed and use across your template suites. So you can have a clause library where you have a library of clauses that you can easily drag and drop into a template in the template editor. This feature is all about template maintenance and helping you maintain your templates in a smarter way so that you're not recreating the same clause in various templates with the same logic. So you can apply logic and links to specific fields that may be in the underlying template or vice versa. So you have this ability to build smarter templates. Clause library does update automatically as well. So if you update a clause and it's used in 15 different templates, once that clause update is made and published, then all of those templates are then immediately affected by that. So any new document created with that updated clause will give that same warning as if the template's been updated so that the user can upgrade to the latest template edition. So a tool to really help you maintain your templates in a smarter way. So an upcoming feature for later this year is PDF forms. Very excited about this. This opens a new opportunity for types of documents that you might automate inside of Legito. So what this will allow you to do is take a PDF, a fillable PDF that you might use today just as a fillable PDF, and actually pull it into Legito as a part of a template suite. You'll be able to, Legito will identify those fillable PDF fields and then allow you in the template editor. So in the screenshot here, you can see at the top right of that template, 3 different fields. One is an empty, an active, and a tagged field. So that empty field would be one that you haven't clicked on yet. The active would be I've selected that so I can actually tag it. And then once a field has been tagged, it will show in that green highlight that you see. So you will basically be able to add a Legito tag that is used in another element to gather the value and pull that value into that PDF-based form. So this will allow you to easily generate PDF forms with data that you're gathering as a part of a template suite in Legito. So you might have a form or other templates that drive the data that go into that PDF form, and then it will be available in your print preview and download in your template suite. So with that, I'm going to introduce our principal pre-sales technical consultant, Paul Marlborough, to look at our next couple of features.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, so lots of innovations recently over the last year to get excited about. Legito Objects is one I want to mention. It's not necessarily new, but it's one that probably gets overlooked a little bit and not used so much maybe in the past, but actually over the last year, there's been some improvements, as we do with a lot of features in Legito. We're always enhancing things and making things better based on feedback from you guys. And now you can use workflows with objects as well as documents. That makes them more powerful, so you can send them and assign them. So in terms of permissions, you can share certain objects with certain users to make sure that you're only allowed to see relevant data to you. And you can also now integrate data that appears in objects into your Legito templates as well. So this is really great for things like lookups, drop-down lists, select lists, to kind of really increase the power of your templates. But it also gives that nice holistic view of information in one place in Legito. So whereas having to do a lookup to another system may be a requirement at the moment, potentially you can bring information and store it in Legito, so that integration is not required. So Andre was talking about the new onboarding in Legito that's available now. Objects, there is a section where you can go and have a go, and it can guide you through how to create an object. So if it's something you've not done yet, I definitely recommend having a go at that and seeing if you get some good ideas on how they may be useful to you. Going forward, so what's coming up? New that I'm particularly excited about. So Legito Sign, again, it's been around in the last year. We got a lot of interest in Legito Sign. So there's a lot of people asking us about it. How does it work? Everyone wants to stay within the same application. Why use another signatory tool when you can use one within the Legito or within the same application to get that real end-to-end when sending a contract out for signing and generating it and sending it back into Legito. There's been a few feature gaps, I think, which are being addressed, and so there's a lot of more features coming out over the next couple of quarters. So it's really going to enhance the capabilities of Legito Sign. Some dashboard integration tools to make it quicker and easier to sign a document with less clicks. A better integration with the templates to automatically extract data, export information from the templates for signing when you're sending a document out to be signed. And this general ease of use features that makes the Legito Sign tool a lot more attractive. Okay, so I'll have to be quite brief, so we're running out of time a little bit. So I'm now going to introduce Andres, who's our director for Latin America and Spain.
Well, hello. It's really nice to be here. I will be very short on my presentation, but it's really nice what I'm going to present. I'm very happy to do it because, well, Legito is very interested in making our solution as much as interconnected with the solutions structure of our customers as possible. And that's why in our new advances, we are very focused in integrating Legito with the solutions of our customers that they need, like CRMs, ERPs, CMSs, and so on. So, well, the first launch that we will have in this year, it's JSON integrations, but like this is pre-structured, is a tool that will allow us to push Legito from other applications to Legito through JSON, but without coding. So this will be really great because this will allow your company to push data from any source, basically, much easier. The second big launch that we will have is the Net Documents integration. and this will be really, really good, because it's already done, and you will be able to define the structure that it will have, the document, when passed from Legito to NetDocuments. And it's super simple. You can manage to save a Word document, a Microsoft Word document, or a PDF, only like if you are saving it or downloading it to your computer. But as you can see, it's super easy to set up, and it's pre-made. So this will be a really big benefit for the customers that we have that are using NetDocuments. And the third and last innovation that we are launching for integrations is it's a process, a new tool that is embedded. It will be embedded on Legito, and basically it will allow you to integrate Legito with other tools, many tools, like hundreds of tools. One of them may be Salesforce or HubSpot or any kind of CLM or ERP or many tools, but these are pre-made integrations that also can be set up tailor-made for your company. So yeah, this is everything that I wanted to show you about the integrations. And now we will have questions from our guests. We have some questions, so I'll be asking the questions with my colleagues here to see how they are going. So thank you very much. Okay, so the first one is, would we use the onboarding instead of the online training, or is there a need for both?
Do you want me to take that? Yeah, so both are still available. The onboarding training is more of a guided way through to a step-by-step guide, which, based on your feedback, so you select what things you'd like to see, what's important to you, specifically how are you going to use Legito, and then based on your responses to how you're going to use Legito, it will then suggest the particular onboarding task that you need to complete. But then on our training portal on the web, the courses will still be there for you to go and ad hoc go and pick up and take part in. So
I would just add that the onboarding actually references out to that training library in some cases. So they work together.
And if I may, I would just say that basically, the onboarding is like central hub of all our content, means articles, webinars, knowledge base, everything. So really, like, you don't have to like search for it in a different place. You just go to the onboarding. You just choose the section where you want to get some new information, and it's there. So it's live and it's interconnected, and it's like an add-on, and it's kind of it's frame everything we do in basically in terms of our support.
Thank you. So we have many questions, but as we are a bit short on time, and all of us want some lunch, so I'll be jumping to other one. And it's, will the new document editor tool mean there is going to be more parity between the Legito web document and the PDF or Microsoft Word document produced from the template?
Yeah, as I said, our goal is basically that if you just look at them at one screen at the same time, there is no noticeable difference. That's the ultimate goal.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much. That was the last question, so I think that we can proceed to the lunch.
I was coming out to snatch you guys off the stage. We need to give these people time for lunch. So what I'd suggest is we continue this conversation. You know, if you have any questions for the group here, we'll all be out in the hallway having lunch. So we will reconvene in just about 50 minutes. We have to start at 1 o'clock with our next presentation. So please enjoy lunch, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, visitors of Prague, this is Legito PowerUp 2022. Please welcome your host, John Holtz.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to continue the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to continue the program.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Ladies and gentlemen, visitors of Prague, this is Legito PowerUp 2023. Please welcome your host, John Holtz.
Hi, everybody. I hope you, I can't see you from up here, but I'm hoping that you had a great lunch and returned refreshed. We have a number of great presentations this afternoon, along with a panel discussion and another fireside chat. So with that, we'll get things rolling. I'm going to introduce our next presenter. Duong Yang is a principal consultant in a global valuation and advisory role. As a program director, Doug has managed document automation projects in the US and Europe for over 15 years, and he will be presenting the ultimate guide from conception to completion of an implementation of a document management application. So please, welcome to the stage, Duong Yang.
John, thank you. Hi everybody, good afternoon. I'd like to take you through a guide, and it's about how you bring from inception the concept of your document automation through approval and then implementing the solution. So, what do you do to prepare for success? Do you have a compelling business case? What are the benefits and risks of your project? And some guidance on key areas for implementation. So, to plan effectively, it's important that you do plan. He who fails to plan is planning to fail. So covering these bases before you start is important. Do you have a problem statement? Can you clearly define who has the problem, what is the problem, when or where does the problem occur, and then why is it important to address for your clients? This will help you clearly define your objectives so that it's clear to your stakeholders what it is you're trying to achieve. You need an executive sponsor. This is critical to have support for your project. They will open doors for you, get you profile at the right levels within the organization to be able to then get approval for your project. The other key area that's absolutely critical are your stakeholders. These are the people you're going to be impacting to be able to have a successful outcome for your project. So as this is so critical, you need to bring them on your change journey. And I like to use particularly two particular lenses to how you assess your stakeholders. The first one is the adoption curve. Okay? So looking at the people you're going to be impacting, you can see where do they fit within which groups. From your far left, you have your innovators. These are typically individuals that like to do things differently, come up with ideas, always looking for new technologies to implement into your department or business. They're always the ones coming out with, let's do things differently. Next in the groupings are your early adopters. These typically are younger. They are keen to use technology to improve how work is done. Looking at those, they'll be the ones that want to engage with your project, seeing there's an opportunity there. Then in the middle two sections, you have your early majority and your late majority. These are typically skeptics. They'll sit on the fence. They're only going to be interested in your project once they can clearly see there's evidence that there's going to be improvement to what they do or it's going to help them in some way. And then finally, to the far right, you have your laggards. These are typically your resistors. They're never going to change. Your dinosaurs, maybe. They're often going to ask the question, why do we need to change? Why does this need to happen? When you're then looking at your stakeholder groups, you need to figure out how you're going to spend your stakeholder management efforts. It's very difficult to carry everybody on this journey. You won't have the time, the resources, or capacity. So therefore, it's important that you focus using the 80-20 rule, the Pareto principle. Focus on your innovators and early adopters. It's going to be a lot easier to get them involved, get them to participate with what you're doing. That way, you can manage your time effectively. What will happen is, as their profile rises and you become more successful in what you're doing, the early majority and late majority, they'll start getting interested. That will allow them to then start engaging with you. So naturally, they'll start coming on board without you having to spend lots of effort. Ultimately, when you set your KPI for adoption, you're going to set it around 85%. Because you know your laggards are going to be the hardest lot to try and bring on side. Some never will. It's something you need to accept. But ultimately, the majority will be there. The second lens I like to use is Mendelow's stakeholder matrix. This is understanding your stakeholders in terms of how much power and influence they have versus how much interest they have in your project. In the top right, you have your key players. These are typically going to be your executive sponsor, the leaders of the teams that will be impacted. You need to make sure that they are involved in every way possible and on board with what you're doing. To the left are those that have a lot of power but aren't as interested. These may be other executives or equity partners that are part of deciding whether your project goes aboard, but it doesn't impact their divisions or teams. You need to make sure they're looked after. The bottom right, you have those that need to be kept informed. They are typically the other professionals that will be impacted, but they don't have the power to influence what's happening, but they're interested because it's going to impact them in some way. And then the bottom left, you have those that are low priority. Typically, these may be secretaries, administrators that will indirectly be impacted because they're supporting those that will be. So how do you then spend your efforts? Well, 60% should be on your key players, 25% on those that you need to keep satisfied, 10% on those that need to be kept informed, typically a newsletter, maybe attending some meetings or presentations to make them aware of what's happening. And then finally, those that are low priority will naturally just get information through osmosis or diffusion into the comms that happen. Now that you understand your stakeholders, you need to have a stakeholder engagement plan. You've assessed them in terms of the stakeholder groups and individuals, what kind of power and interest they have. And the key thing here that you need to think about is WIFM. If you've not heard of the term, it means what's in it for me. Understanding the motivations of your stakeholders will enable you to provide an effective approach to how you're going to manage them. Okay? The next area you need to cover is how you're going to govern your project. So this is a classic Prince2 organization chart. At the top, the corporate or program management. That could be a project management office. That could be an executive board. They're going to decide whether your program goes ahead or project goes ahead. Then in the blue box, you have the actual project management team. The board that sits within that, the project board, is made up of the senior users. They are the business leaders that will be impacted by your project. They're going to be sitting on that board. The executive will be your sponsor. Their job is to make sure you hit time, cost, and quality, as you promised. And then you'll have senior suppliers. These are typically either going to be IT, they may be a mixture of IT and a third party. That could be a company like Legito. They may be helping you with your implementation. Or you may have a consultancy that you've brought in to help you do this. The rest of the project team then, project assurance, they will be the delegates from those senior users, suppliers, and the executive who will be in your team on a daily or weekly basis involved in your project. You'll need a project manager to run the project. You may have support if it's big enough. Maybe it's a firm of 500. Typically, in a 100 firm, a single project manager is sufficient. But you need to scale accordingly. And then team managers. Those are those running those individual teams that are going to be impacted by your project. The other part of governance then is the project team itself. So this is less about roles, but more about capabilities and disciplines that you need, the skills in your project to deliver. So you'll need a project lead. Now, typically, this is someone, ideally, who's done this before, they have experience in doing this. It could be yourself, maybe, if that's something you want to do, but quite often, it's a thankless task. They're usually responsible for the outcomes. Often, if there's something that goes wrong, they're going to get the blame. Maybe you might want to volunteer, maybe someone external that could help you with that, something I could do. If you don't have project management capability, you'll need a project manager to help you run that. You may need a business analyst. This is about understanding what you're doing today, what are you going to be doing tomorrow, what are the business requirements, is that documented and clearly understood by the project team, and what's going to happen. You'll need business representatives. These are typically your subject matter experts, those that are maybe responsible for the templates or the contracts or the reports. They're going to be keen to be involved to make sure that what gets delivered is what they need or what business needs. If you can, get a solutions architect. So this is a technical role. Quite often in large corporates or organizations, you'll have an enterprise architecture function. Their job is to make sure that people, process, and systems align with the business strategy, the IT strategy, and your solutions architect will help you interface with the enterprise architecture. Last but not least, you'll need a change manager. Very much this is a change journey for your business. Being able to then interact effectively with your stakeholders, maybe with other departments, also communicating effectively, that's their job to make sure they involve the organization and also help you deliver effectively. Now, no project is an island. Unfortunately, you do have to interact with the rest of the organization. Typically, there are 4 functional areas or verticals. You have IT. This is where your solutions architect will also play a critical role in interfacing with them. You'll need to work with finance, who's going to make sure you deliver to time and cost, as you've set out to do and you promised. With HR, inevitably, you're going to need to recruit people to be part of the project. Maybe there's going to be employee impacts that you then need to manage for the change effects. And also marketing. So they are dealing with communications, often externally as well as internally with the organization. How do you communicate? Newsletters, videos, SharePoint sites, or different channels, emails, etc. This is, again, where your change manager will help you with both HR and marketing to make sure you're effective in delivery in that space. So, now that you understand your governance, what you're going to do, you need to document it. So a framework or governance framework document will lay out the purpose and scope of your project. You'll need to lay out the boards that will be governing the project. You'll need to then define the responsibilities and the roles in that project. Having it clearly documented what each person's supposed to do or which group or board will enable you to then to have effective governance and the cadence in terms of meetings, what the boards are expected to deliver, that will all be in this document. Everybody involved then needs to sign that document. You shouldn't be in a situation where someone says, I don't know what I was supposed to do or why I was involved or what my responsibilities were. They've signed up to it. Okay? This is about setting you up for success, and governance is a key part of that. So, you're able to define what your objectives are for your problem statements. You've defined your stakeholders and how you're going to engage and manage them. You've looked at your governance, so how you're going to run your project. The next thing you need to understand is the impact of your project, and one of the key areas for that is productivity and analysis. So I'll give you an example. This is what I've done in real estate and valuations as an industry. You can see that people will do an end-to-end process when delivering their work or their job, typically starting with how do you win work and generate a fee, right through to completing the job, delivering the service, the product or document to the client. Along that journey, they need to complete tasks. Those tasks can be grouped into activities. Those activities then grouped together will form over an end-to-end process. Now, it's important you understand that what impact you have across the end-to-end process, not just in what you're trying to change, because the context will change from people to person, role to role, and then being able to analyze and assess this, you can then get people to answer what to do. Now, to be able to measure is important. Now, you could do a time and motion study, but actually that's very costly, timely, expensive, risky in terms of assessing things. And what I've used in the past is the ability to get people to make a best guess. Across those 9 processes, as a percentage, what did you think, how much time do you spend doing that particular activity? And then break that down to tasks. That will give you then the ability to quantify your data. If you can do that, you can then provide statistics on how people are spending their efforts in the end-to-end process. In this example, again, in valuations, there's two processes. There's one-off valuations, and then there's fund valuations. And what you can clearly see is there are three big spikes. You've got valuation calculation, drafting the reports, and then review processes. If we're targeting with document automation, the draft report process, then that's a key area where you can see that will have a big impact on the end-to-end process, because it's one of the key areas that could be improved in terms of efficiency. You now have data you can provide to your stakeholders in terms of why this matters. How do you then look at the benefits, or how much time you're going to save? Well, these vendors, Legito, document automation vendors, they're usually quite keen to get involved with organizations and willing to do a proof of concept. Perhaps you could take a particular document that they could then automate for you, and then you can estimate from someone running through doing it manually versus your prototype or proof of concept, how much time is saved from that activity. You can then extrapolate from those measurements how much time is going to be saved for individuals. So again, in real estate, for example, there are different roles. We have partners, associates, senior surveyors, graduates, and support staff. Typically, in the as-is process, what they do today. In the dark blue, it's what they do in terms of administration. In the lighter blue, data management, and dark red is production. And in the pink is their value add. These are the cognitive things they train to do and provide value to their clients. So the paradigm here is 40% value add, 60% production, administration, and data is the current situation. Once you bring in the automation, what happens? It flips the paradigm. Now you can get 60% value add to clients, and the rest is reduced in terms of inefficiencies. Okay. This then helps you build up your case for why document automation is going to help your organization. Now, a key tip here is you can tell people, okay, you're going to save 20%, but what does that actually mean? You can elevate your communication and engagement by making it relatable. So to a senior partner, you save 0.8 of a day. Imagine I could give you a day of your week back. What could you do with that? That suddenly is much more going to be impactful to hitting your stakeholders where it means something to them. The next area of analysis is financials. Okay, this may be difficult for some of you, but if you can try, one thing you can do is look at trend analysis. Apologies for the complex graph here, but I'll try and break it down for you. So the yellow line is currently where you're at. To the left of the yellow line is your last 5 years' performance from an income, cost, and profit perspective. And then to the far right is a simple straight line extrapolation of that trend. So in dark blue, we have income. It's growing typically 2.25% per annum through organic growth. In the dark red columns, you have staff costs. They're increasing 6% per annum, so costs are going up quite quickly. Also, your other costs, cost of doing business, in the pink, that's going up 4.5%. What the trend is showing then in the lighter blue is your profits decreasing over time, and the green dotted line is the extrapolation into the future. What it says is that in 5 to 6 years, if you carry on doing what you're doing, you're going to break even or drop into a loss-making situation. Okay? This now then starts adding the power of finance to your arguments of why you need to do document automation. Okay, the next thing you need to do is why. And not just from a productivity and finance perspective, but in the context of the broader organization externally as well. What we can do here is look at the strategic rationale. So internal trends, we've talked about low growth, increasing costs, which creating declining margins. But then you can also use Porter's 5 forces and look at what's going on outside the organization as well. So what are your clients doing? Are they asking for lower fees, driving down your fees, but for more work? Maybe they're looking for extra value from what you have to offer, because that's something they're always trying to pressure you for. Maybe your competitors, are they innovating? Maybe they're using data analytics to support their pitches, to outperform you in terms of bids. Maybe they're also transforming their own businesses. Maybe they're using document automation. Can you afford to not do something and just let them compete with you with extra support? What are your suppliers doing? In real estate, there is this issue around risk liability to fee ratio. Often banks are lending money to borrowers, They may do it on the basis of a valuation that was provided by the valuers. If it goes horribly wrong and the asset drops below a particular value, they'll then sue the valuer for the difference. Obviously, that's a risk, and valuers then need to make sure that what they're doing is within the tolerances when they provide a value. Suppliers, what are your suppliers doing? Are they potentially coming up with competitive offerings to what you're offering? In real estate, again, we have a data provider and a calculation engine provider. If they ever came together, they'd come up with a competitive offering to valuers driven off data-driven insight. New entrants, are there challenges to your industry? Perhaps in law, you may have accounting firms trying to step into your space because they have lots of lawyers on their books as well. How are you going to compete? Maybe there are other service providers in terms of online. You may have heard of Rocket Lawyer. They provide online contract service using their website. And then finally, substitutes. I'm sure you all heard of AI, ChatGPT. I'm sure there's some worries around here in terms of how large language model AIs will be impacting your industry. So can you afford to sit still or carry on doing the way you are, what you are doing? Okay, so that information then should be able to then generate what we call a call to action. So in the real estate example, they're using labor-intensive working practices, and limited automation means there's a high cost of production. Continuing with the high cost of production is contradictory to their declining fee trends. Their product is becoming, or service is increasingly commoditized. Their competitors are doing the same thing. So therefore, in a commoditized industry, lowest cost is critical to maximizing your profitability. And then, despite being successful, some of your competitors are still investing in developing enterprise-grade solutions, using automation and transformation programs to keep improving their competitiveness. Can you afford to sit still? Okay, so you've developed the preparation for your program or project. You've looked at the reason why you're able to convey that. And then ultimately, then, you need to provide the benefits. What are the benefits of document automation? How are you going to get this approved through the board? Well, the usual thing is income and cost, and improving profitability is the main driver for most organizations. This lever goes two directions. I think it's really important that you're able to convince your stakeholder. Now, typically in this scenario, you're going to be facing off to your finance director, maybe your chief financial officer, to convince them why this project needs to go ahead. And therefore, you need to look at things like income. Now, they've been around the block a few times. They're not just going to believe that your efficiency is going to magically turn into additional revenue. Therefore, your job is to make sure you're able to convince them that the revenues are there. One of the things you can do is speak to the business leaders, understand if there's any unmet demand in the market, giving them more capacity through your automation. Are they able to generate more income? Can they put their name to that statement and a number? The more quantitative and credible your assertion for income, the more convincing it is going to be to the board that you're actually going to deliver those benefits. Now, the other area is cost. Now, unfortunately, cost, I have to say, is a bit of a pitfall, right? So I'll explain this. This is a UK idiom for turkeys voting for Christmas. Now, if you're going to go promise that you're going to reduce costs by staff cost reduction, that's going to get you in some difficult place. Convincing the people that you want to move on this journey to a more efficient place and then saying some of you are going to lose your jobs, that's not really a great thing to be doing. They're not going to be turkeys voting for Christmas. They're going to start disengaging and pulling away from supporting you. So it's critical that you don't promise staff cost reduction as the main driver for your program. Who wants to be part of that? Okay? Inevitably, you may get pushed, pressured by the finance director or CFO. They still want to see staff cost reduction. Your get-out-of-jail-free card will be, what we can do is use attrition. Okay? Understand the attrition rates, what is the rate of people leaving the organization. Are you able to say, when someone leaves, we're not going to replace them? That's a lot easier to manage through. You will need to make sure that the team leaders are on board with that and they're convinced by your efficiencies. But that way, you'll still be able to generate staff cost efficiency. Now, the next area of providing a convincing business case is change. Now, you know this is risk, really. Trying to do change of any nature in an organization is risky, and particularly technology change. You know, there's lots of stories online or in the press of technology programs that went horribly wrong, cost millions, you know, so much negativity around this. But when you drill down into the statistics as to why they went wrong, Yes, sometimes it's the technology, sometimes something went wrong there, or the project, but actually the main cause is the state of the organization. Okay? So how do you then assess that? Well, it's to do with maturity of the organization in certain capabilities. The first one being, do they have successful ability to repeat success in a project? Typically, this may be a project management office that consolidates and embodies all the best practices of running projects. They're able to repeat success easily. They're able to do it maturely. They're measuring and monitoring their projects and making sure that they can repeat success. The next area, your IT capability. Again, you need to be honest with yourself. Are your IT team able to deliver technology change effectively, especially when bringing new technologies? Okay? Do they have the skills and abilities? Again, the maturity scale will help you assess whether they're suitable. Finally, you mustn't underestimate business readiness for change. You need to understand your stakeholders, their attitudes, their abilities, what are their training needs, will they need lots of training? This will then enable you to resource your project effectively in areas of weakness. Okay? So, finally, on to implementation. This is actually about, once you've got approval for your project, what are the key considerations? Are you clear on your target state, architecture? How is it going to impact people, process, and systems? This is where your solution architect will shine. It's their job to make sure these bases are covered. They're able to articulate that. It fits with the business and IT strategy. People and your stakeholders understand what this means. Have you thought about integrations? Again, your system may not be operating in isolation. Have you thought about your CRM? Are you expecting the data from your CRM system to feed your documents? Are you expecting perhaps to move your documents into a case management system as part of your overall practices? Then also thinking about approval. Some of you may have DocuSign, or you may use these tools to do approval of your documents. How are you integrating with those? Okay. Then onto the templates themselves. Thinking ahead is important. It's quite easy to just jump in and get started thinking about automating a document, but actually spending some time thinking about the end state, what are you trying to achieve, is important. Do you have templates that are related to each other? Are you expecting them to share data? How many templates are you looking to have? 1, 5, 10, 20? Making sure you manage those effectively is important in the end. Variable management. Have you labeled your variables correctly? Are you able to identify which ones are integration variables, which ones are inputs from users, which ones are defaults or sets? Being able to have a system in terms of how understanding your variables is key to having a consistent way to manage your templates. And then finally, if you've thought about the previous two, then it's understanding template maintenance. If you build 100 templates, that's 100 templates to manage. If you consolidate those templates down to 20, that's 20 templates to manage. The wording, the content needs to be updated. Do you want to go through 100 templates or 20? So really thinking about in advance what you're targeting is critical to then having an effective, supportable solution at the end of it. Rollout. How are you going to roll out? Start small. There's no point doing a big bang if there's 100 people you're going to impact, and day one you roll out a template that's not very finessed, and suddenly you get inundated with a wave of negativity, things going wrong. It's going to be very hard to manage. Starting with small groups, iterating a template until you're confident, refining that template until it's robust, coming through scenarios you never thought of, but they have hit in the field, it's going to help you. And then ultimately, when you're confident, then scale up. Rushing to the end is actually going to get you in more hot water than if you try and do it gradually. Managing expectations is then key in terms of timings and how you're going to manage your stakeholders, and then success will naturally come from that. So on this journey, you're probably going to see there's obstacles, right? Challenges, maybe it's someone that's really difficult, maybe it's a key stakeholder that's problematic. But actually, when you think about it, if you're resilient, you persevere, you keep going, looking for solutions, have a growth mindset, be open to the challenges, open to listening to what people have to say, you'll soon find that those obstacles were actually stepping stones. It gets there.
You finished young.
Finally, stepping stones to get you to your destination. Okay. Sure, that's all right. We're done.
Good?
Yeah, there was a bit of a technical glitch.
Ah, okay.
Sorry about that. So you should find there are actually stepping stones to get you to the destination that you wanted. Okay. Thank you.
Did they move? Thank you, Jan. A technical issue, you say?
It's a little one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
We appreciate it. A hand for Yang. All right, so our next session will be a panel discussion, cross-industry perspectives on business innovation. And my colleague in the UK, Noel O'Connell, will be facilitating the discussion. And the delegates that will be joining him are Sarah Sheehan, a UK-based attorney, Crystal Erickson Gotthead from Telia, and Alexander Krishwak from SSW. All right, welcome to the stage. Thanks. Sorry.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Noel O'Connell. I'm one of the enterprise account managers at Legito. And as John mentioned, joining us today, we have panelists from Sweden, Poland, and the UK. But the common thread really is they all work in legal and legal technology. So we have, probably the wrong slide, still doing the introduction, sorry about that. So we have Crystal from Telia, who's the VP and Head of Group Legal Sourcing. We have Alexander from SSW Pragmatic Solutions, which is the law firm of the year in Poland. Congratulations. Who is Knowledge and Innovation Manager. And we have Sarah Sheehan, who's a lawyer and an ardent user and promoter of legal technology. I know, Sarah, you get bored when I say this all the time, but Sarah's had quite an interesting, career, being legal counsel for the Sex Pistols all the way through to the Royal Shakespeare Company. That's quite a transition. I'm guessing you're more busy with the Sex Pistols. But you've worked with many firms such as Okta, Superdry, Ceridian with Lord Drayson, and many others over the last 30 years. So without further ado, I'll start with you, Sarah. So Sarah, you've been a change instigator for many companies over the years. Can you provide some examples of how you realized change was required and how you made things better, getting support from your colleagues and also senior management?
Yeah, interesting. You've given a vague inkling of my rich and varied career, but somebody recently referred to me as a shapeshifter, which I thought, hang on a minute, shapeshifter. But when I thought about it, it's actually probably just about right. I've been working for the last 20 years or so as a contract lawyer. So going into companies where they had a sudden influx of work or where somebody was on maternity leave or sick leave, something like that. So very often picking things up where people were in, if you like, a bit of a crisis sort of a situation. And most, if not all, legal teams I've been involved with have been both overworked and under-resourced. Lawyers are quite expensive people, so nobody wants to have more of them than is absolutely necessary. But as a contract lawyer, you go in somewhere, you're expected to hit the ground running, and invariably you get landed with a desk or a computer, an inbox full of things that are late, need dealing with very quickly, nobody knows what to do with, and they think, okay, here's the new girl, let's give her the job. So you get left with a lot of business as usual stuff, and actually it can be very, very dull. So one of the things that I've done over the years, and I suppose I'm one of Charles's citizen developers in that respect, is to make changes to the way in which I was doing things, and very often that has subsequently then wrought change within the organization. One example, I was landed at one point with a very large international trademark portfolio all around the world. So every week or so, I'd get a letter from the trademark agents or an email saying, these trademarks are due for renewal next week. What do you want to do about them? That meant I had a quick dash around all the international companies to find out whether they wanted to renew this trademark or not. Took ages, massive waste of time, massive waste of everything. Everything was in a filing cabinet, not digitized, not anything. So I built, at that time, an Access database. Suddenly, I knew what was coming up. Therefore, I was able to make those inquiries before the question was raised, and consequently, I was suddenly much more efficient. And people notice, as one of my colleagues mentioned earlier, you know, as Charles mentioned, I think it was, you know, if you do that sort of thing, people notice. So what then tends to happen is that I shift shape and become suddenly the leader of this fantastic new technology project that they've been meaning to get around to for ages, but haven't ever had the time to do.
Right, thanks, Sarah. And we will touch on getting senior management buy-in a little bit later.
Indeed.
I'll hand over to Alexander. So, Alexander, can you just introduce SSW and explain why you were looking for document automation, what were the drivers, and what were the issues you're looking to resolve?
Yes. SSW is one of the biggest Polish law firms, and we operate in legal, tax, and financial advice. We advise in all sectors and industries. So basically, our transactions are really unique. But we realized that in case of our litigation department, they struggle with high volume of really repetitive and time-consuming documents. These are litigation documents concerning disputes between banks and consumers over the consumer loans, and they produce hundreds or even thousands of documents each month. So we were looking for a process improvement and time-saving solution. And at first we realized that we cannot process more cases with the stuff that we already have, but we cannot hire more people. At the same time, we did not want to refuse our clients who wanted to instruct us with more work. The second thing was an accuracy, and what we would like to achieve is the comfort for senior lawyers who are giving a lot of work to the junior ones, that they don't have to check after them. It takes a lot of time. And not checking documents or working in rush pose a great risk and risk of a mistake. With Legito templates, we significantly reduced the risk, and that was really beneficial for the litigation department. And the last thing is that repetitiveness brings monotony.
Mm-hmm.
Monotony is not good. I think that 90% of our work is repetitive, and only 10% of work of litigation department was actual innovative and interesting legal work. So we would like to cut down those repetitive hours, make them more attractive for lawyers, and to use this capacity of the lawyers on other issues.
Great, thank you. And that also helps with staff retention, which obviously is always a bit of an issue. So just first question to Christelle. Just can you introduce yourself and Telia and give us some background as to why you were looking for a contract generation tool and the process you followed, which is quite unique and interesting, selecting the right product for your organization.
Thank you very much, and so nice to be here with you, all of you guys. I'm from Telia, and that is a tele-operator up in the Nordic countries. And I actually have the pleasure of leading a team of lawyers that really love to explore legal tech. So 5 years ago, there was an internal competition in our company who could come up with the best AI solution. And actually, our very small team of lawyers won that internal Shark Tank. So we were able to create a solution that could actually read and review the 16 most important sections in a data processing agreement, because that was new at that time, so that's why we picked that one. And we kind of used hundreds of documents to find them and put them into to train this AI lawyer then, as we called it. And after that, we were able to review a DPA within 60 seconds and find those 16 sections and have a color-coded risk result coming out that red, yellow, green, or blue if it was totally missing. And so that was one thing we did. And the other thing, we had a parallel track. We wanted to find a solution that would actually help us to automate and customize sourcing agreements, because that took a lot of time to create, and we buy so many different things. And we actually went in and we did, we looked into 16 systems, all in total, and we shortlisted 3, and we then did pilots, 3 months per of those systems to really try them, and we chose Legito.
Great, thank you. And we'll kind of continue the story in the next question. So just back to Sarah. Are there any common challenges just over your wide and varied career that you've experienced trying to implement legal technology transformation, and how did you actually overcome them?
Well, I heard from the back Duong talking about the people, process, technology trilogy, and there's one leg of that that's much longer than the others, and that's people. And I think it's the recurring theme through what a lot of people have said. A recent report from Gartner cited the 2 most common technology issues or annoyances involve people and change. So acceptance of change, 41% of people stated acceptance of change being a problem. The second one was managing expectations, 31%. And several of people have talked about these things already. So the people thing must be front of mind all the time, really. Always keep in mind who you're doing all this for. It's your users, and look at what those users want, because actually the tech without the people just sits on a shelf. Or, as a word I've coined today, having listened to Paul this morning, is Voldemorted, which must be the ultimate downside for any piece of software. So make sure that you bring the people with you. That's always been the difficulty. As also suggested, the best tool is to get everybody involved, all your possible users, in a room with Post-its and a whiteboard. I've done it on a number of occasions. It's a fabulous, fabulous tool. Use those priority matrices. Again, they've already been mentioned. Fantastic. But also remember that you need to include the right people in these processes. Again, a survey from World CC indicated that some 26% of personnel in any organization touch on contracts at some point. No legal department I've ever come across includes 26% of a company's personnel. So get the right people on board, make sure they're involved, take them with you on the journey, and I think that's very much the main problem that you need to get a handle on before thinking about any of the rest, really. So.
Thanks, Sarah. I'm just looking at the notes here. Start small, think big, just start.
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably a great way to
that's the mantra too.
Yeah, thank you. And back to Alexander. Just in terms of our project, what are the challenges you encountered whilst you were looking for a new system to produce the litigation documents that you were explaining a little while ago?
Thank you for the question, Noel. I'm really happy to share our newest experience with Legito from our company here right now. So the major challenge for us, and the first one, was a question whether we would like to try a new solution or use a solution or program which we already have on board. And it took a lot of discussions with our internal stakeholders and to convince them that we should implement a new solution and resign from the previous one. We realized that the business needs of our litigation department cannot be met with the things which we already had on board, and we have to implement something new. I think it took almost 6 months for us to resign from the previous solution, then to change mind of the stakeholders, and then pick Legito out of 3 other competitors shortlisted in our process. The second major challenge was to manage the change with the members of litigation team. At first, they were pushing us to implement it fast and to find a right solution. But when the actual day of implementation came, they were not so eager to make it. Older lawyers, senior lawyers, but even the younger ones, they were accustomed to using Microsoft Word, changing everything manually. So we picked the tech-savvy ones and those who may benefit from the change and work with them at first. But at the end of the day, we established a very simple business rule, which says that all documents which are signed and sent to the court has to be created via Legito, and non-Legito documents are not accepted. So you can imagine that that helped to implement it really, really fast. And the last challenge, a little bit surprising for us because it was the first implementation of such program, was that two different teams have to closely cooperate together. In that case, that was Knowledge Innovation Department, which brings to the table the know-how how to create templates, how to create knowledge base, and on the other hand, there is litigation team, which brings experience, practice from litigation. And from our experience right now, we can say that it takes a lot of time to cooperate. It's time-consuming to get people on board to achieve this common goal.
Great, thanks, Alexander. I think that point about before we look at a system outside of the organisation, let's look at what we're using already, could be a whole topic of a discussion on its own because it's so common. Crystal, just moving on from the last question in terms of you were doing a pilot with 3 systems,
yep.
And in the end you chose Legito. Just really what was the rationale behind that? Why did you actually select Legito?
Thank you for asking. Of course, the rationale was that you met most of our requirements and criteria that we had prepared in advance. And we also had done kind of just like it was told in this morning, we did one of kind of really good legal design session to know exactly what we wanted. And we had criteria. The only one you did not have at that time was the clause library. But you promised us, and that was kind of the first thing that we had to trust you, that you promised us that you would fix it within a year, and you did. So thank you for that. And now we have this advanced clause library, because at that time you did not. So, but for us, the most important criteria was the user-friendliness, because we will have non-lawyers using it, like all the templates that we create. And that's why they need to feel comfortable using it, and it has to be easy for them to use. So we really want them to be able to see their own templates, move back and move forwards. Maybe they just get half through it, and then they have to go for a meeting, and then they have to be able to pick it up exactly where they left it. Maybe they have to close it for a while to go and ask stakeholders questions, to be able to answer more of the questions. And all that was extremely important for us, because otherwise they would not be happy with the system. So that's why we did. So right now we have then sourcing managers in 6 countries that are using our, what we call then Drafty, our internal name for our Legito system. And they then create all these sourcing agreements in all these 6 countries.
Great, thank you. And you're actually showcasing it, aren't you, in kind of industry, you're showcasing it in industry gatherings and legal events. So we very much appreciate that. Thank you. Sarah, then, what was the most successful transformation project you've been involved in? Why was it so successful? What went well? And what were the challenges?
Ooh.
Big question for you there.
Yeah, it is. Challenges, people, just people, really, all aspects of that. Buy-in, all those things involving the users. But it was a project to transform the operations of a legal department within the context of an international fashion group operating lots of different models, but the main one actually being a franchise model, which is where we started. It was the easiest one to do. They had franchise agreements in 4 different languages that were very much cut and paste. There was information coming from finance, from sales. And for the finance information, it was coming in the form of a PDF of an Excel spreadsheet, screenshot that the lawyers were then having to pick the data out of and enter into their agreement. So as a first step, and one of the reasons for the success was doing the thing over a longer period of time in stages. So stage 1 was the automation of those 4 templates that effectively then improved the whole process. as part of that process, we involved the other departments in the process from the outset because data was needed from them. That also had the benefit of getting those people involved at the outset. Also helped with budget because we managed to pinch a bit of budget from those other teams as well because they could see how it was going to help them. Stage 2 was process mapping with all those stakeholders to see where we could improve the process. We ran user tests to see what they thought of the current process, what they liked, what they didn't, what they wanted to see improved. So all that worked really well. And also, again, that meant that you involved all the people felt engaged, also helped us to identify our champions for moving the project forward. So that was great. The third stage then was to actually add in the legal front door and the process for those matters to come into the legal department to be assigned to the relevant lawyers. And that was done in combination with a standard communication service so that all the information about each contract could be found easily by anyone within the organization in one place. So that was great. Staged approach again. They're now on to stage 4 of that process, which is actually using the increased reporting capabilities that they've got from all the data they've been gathering as a result, so that it's now presented in that format to board meetings, saving some poor paralegal from having to complete an Excel spreadsheet once a month. They're now looking at AI aspects of things, and particularly third-party contract review using AI. So Andre's details this morning were music to my ears, really. So the people challenge is still the greatest. Take it slowly. You don't have to do everything at once. With a modular sort of a project like Legito, you can do it bit by bit. You can automate a few documents. You can then introduce some workflow. You don't have to do it all at once. So.
Great, thanks, Sarah. It seems to be a common theme that some of the challenges are getting different departments and silos working together. And it seems like the three of you have had these challenges and have addressed them to actually have successful projects. That's probably the key thing here, really, as a takeaway. Alexander, what benefits have you encountered since you've implemented Legito?
Well, I can say that after 1 year of using this, we are extremely happy. And the litigation department is constantly pushing us, knowledge and innovation team, to create new templates. I think almost most of our time right now is spent on creating new documents, new templates for the litigation team. And there are other teams waiting in queue for our help. So that was tremendous change in our case. But most of all, the first thing is effectiveness. The litigation department is really effective right now. We can save capacity of lawyers and spend it to other projects, other matters. We does not risk that we have to refuse client's instruction because of limited headcount. The second thing is accuracy, which is a huge game changer for us. Senior lawyers right now can share more complicated work with juniors, with less experienced lawyers, as we significantly lower the risk of any mistakes. You cannot make any mistakes if the document is well automated, where all wordings are automated, and all you have to do is answer the questions and fill the pink brackets in the template. The last thing, which was a little bit unexpected for us, is that during the process of creating templates, we also have created a knowledge base. So a place where we gathered all our experience and practice from previous cases. It comprised of previous use cases, previous precedents. So now we can use it with Legito, or with Legito or in another parts of our practice. It serves well for the younger lawyers, less experienced ones. And I can say that with Legito and this knowledge base that we created, we have make our legal analysis better.
Great. And one of the takeaways that I took from our kind of discussion planning this was really when you're just talking about how you can now work with more new cases and actually enables you to work with more clients. So it's actually good for business development for the firm, which is great that we're helping with that. So thank you, Alexander. Christel, what was your change management strategy? What lessons can you share about the implementation?
Thank you for a good question. When you are going to launch something, you kind of get one shot to make a success. You don't want to pull it back and start all over. So I think it's extremely important to plan it well. We got our Legito licenses in February, and we wanted to launch 6 months later, just after summer. So we actually did all the work on the templates between February until June, and then we were kind of done with the first big packages. And then we did a pilot during the summer. So we selected kind of 20 sourcing managers in different categories in all the 6 countries, so we have a spread. And then we let them use Drafty. Because what happened then is we kind of stress test the systems, because there's a lot of conditioning done in the background. We wanted to make sure that we had done everything correct, and they could then kind of give us feedback if their questions were hard to understand, if something was lacking, and we can really fine-tune the system during those months during the summer. And also got some vacation, of course. But and then in September we launched, and this actually created something that was so positive, because we kind of started to get the buzz out in the organization, because people started to talk about this. We did not get the Voldemort. We got the other way around. We kind of got this buzz that people started to talk about, this system, and do you have access to it? Can you do my draft instead of me, cutting and pasting in the old SharePoint? And that was so positive. So we kind of got a good push. We didn't have to push. It was a pull to get it. And so we launched it. And then, of course, what also was a very, very positive thing is that when you then launch it to a lot of people at the same time, we had these pilot users, and they were kind of good spread. And then they became kind of ambassadors and can show people hands-on also how to use it. So it took that, took some of the burden from us in the legal department. So that was great.
That's great, yeah, and it's probably perfect change management scenario. When we were talking again, planning, you said they were actually craving the system.
Yeah, it was lovely.
So that doesn't get any better than that. So I see we've got about 4 minutes left. So I'm going to ask quite an open question to Sarah. If you can give me the 4-minute answer.
I'll try.
Do your best, just some pointers for the audience. Just any advice you can offer to any department or company who are looking to transform or digitize their local processes, their legal processes, beg your pardon.
Well, I think transform suggests something huge. I don't think the changes have to be huge. So again, as been mentioned, look at the software that you've got already, look at the systems you've got already, and try and see whether those can help you in the shorter term whilst you do the groundwork. And that would be my prime thing to say, don't even think about automating a pull process, a convoluted workflow, or indeed out of date and hard to understand, poorly balanced contracts and other documents. There's a recent survey from World CC estimates that time to signature can be increased by an average of around 50% just by starting with a balanced contract written in clear and simple language. So take the opportunity, if you're doing all this, to look at what you're doing already and how you can do that better. Very often, templates stagnate. They have things added to them. People throw things in. They rarely take things out. So sort that element out whilst you're about it. Find out where all your current contracts are. Do you need to pull data from these? Will the system that you're looking at or systems that you're looking at enable you to get that data out that you want to do? Equally, have you got any existing data on what you're doing or statistics to help you plan and get approval for your transformation project? How can you use them to best advantage? One of the best things to do is to try and align what you're doing with the wider objectives of your organization. Because if you're aligned with what they're doing, if the aim is to do 50% more contracts per quarter, and you can show how improvements that you can make will take steps towards achieving that, then that will help you towards your goal. So that's great. Again, several people have mentioned, know what your pain points are, know what needs improving. If you don't know that, there's no point even starting to look at products. So that's another one to think about. Above all, make sure that everything you do is viewed from the user's perspective. That's why this is all here. If you can involve those users in the process, great. You only need between 3 and 5 users to do any user testing, so do that. Make sure your users are representative of your audience. Clearly, Legito has done that because they've been, we saw on Andre's slides that he's looked at his power user onboarding and his ordinary user onboarding. Come up with a user persona. Know who your customer or customers are. If there's more than one type, then address their needs however you need. But get the people thing right. That's the absolute imperative on all levels. It will help you with getting buyout. It will help you with implementation, which is a huge problem very often. If you find your citizen developers, you find your champions within the organization, the whole thing, as we've heard, will roll out so much more smoothly.
Great, thank you, Sarah. I think we're just about perfect for time now as well. I hope you found that insightful. Alexander, Crystal and Sarah will be around this evening, so when we're on the boat party and other stuff, feel free to just ask any questions, because these are important issues that need resolving in terms of how you manage that change and really get the interest in the business to make it better. So thank you for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, very good. You'll leave. Thank you, Noel. All right, everyone. Our next speaker is Salvador Lopez Villaseñor. He is a senior or general director, attorney, and founder of Stratego Firma, a well-known and prestigious law firm in Mexico. It's a labor law firm. And Salvador is going to discuss with us how introducing automation to his firm was the ultimate game changer. And that is the title of his presentation, Introducing Automation as the Ultimate Game Changer. Please welcome to the stage, Salvador. Hi.
How are you?
Good, good, thank you.
Hi. How are you? Well, thank you for listening to me. I represent a Mexican law firm called Stratego Firma. Stratego Firma uses Legito. Well, I am Salvador López Villaseñor, CEO and founder of Stratego Firma. I'm a lawyer. I master degree in public law and master of constitutional and Mexican habeas corpus. Well, when I start with my firm, I was able to realize that it was not useful for the businessman who is my client to win conflicts with workers. What was useful was not having conflict with his workers. So I try to be a different law firm, not only win cases, prevent these cases inside of the enterprise. What I could not imagine was all the work that this preventive work that we know today as compliance represent. For us, each client is a great challenge because on average, our clients have 2,000 workers, and each worker must have multiple documents in which their entire working life is reflected. It's a lot of documents to do and to be in order with a high quality. Today, we have more than 1,000 clients, so you can imagine how complex it is to generate, manage, and guarantee the quality of the documents of all the workers and all the clients. Mexico is really a big country we have a lot of offices in the country with the different hours. For example, Tijuana sometimes is 3 hours before Cancun, and all the day is working all the day. We need to have the right things, the right software to control all the operation in all the country, because right now is not the clients that we have, is all the clients that is coming right now. So it's not easy to have lawyers in the right level to control the clients. It's very difficult to have all the documents in order, in line, physical, and use in the correct way in all the country. Right now, I say that the growing of us has been painful, but after Legito, the pain almost disappeared. It's easier for us growing with the right softwares. Right now, just lawyers, we have more than 160 lawyers, 16 offices, and in a specific system, 670 clients, but in all the services of the firm, more than 1,000 clients. So it's a lot of paper, a lot of documents, a lot of situation that we need to do in the right way. But imagine when a client asks for us for a situation that happened with an employer 3 years ago. It's not easy to have this information, to have all the documents, to have all the information that we need to attend this situation of this day. And I think, I repeat, with so many employers of us, so many officers, and the growing is not easy. Well, we trying with some software, and the software that really help us and adapt us and have the right communication with us is Legito. Right now, we're trying to grow too much bigger in Mexico, and we are really certain that Legito is our solution. Well, continue. Well, before this, imagine that 4 years ago, we have less than 10 employers in the office and only 2 offices in the country. It's only 4 years to have this growing right now and control all the information. One of my partners 4 years ago saying to me, please don't grow more. It's impossible to control. And I say to him, well, in that moment I was 41 years, well, I was work all my life to be in this moment. My answer is no, I will not stop the growing. It's our moment. We need to find the solution to continue that growing. Right now, we have the solution, and one of the more important is Legito, because the soul of my business is the lawyers, the law service, and Legito is used specific in the law service. We have another software in another situation of the firm, but Legito is in the center of my firm. For this reason, Legito is being our solution of growing, and for me, for sleep a little more. Well, this is our functional structure. As I say, Stratego is a firm specialized in labor law. Our headquarters is located in Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. We have approximately 160 collaborators, and our organization, our functional organization charts look like We have a commercial area, includes sales, customer experience, and business development. We have areas in corporate, program management, finance operation, legal operation, innovation, and administration and finance. Introduction into Legito was with the legal operation area because it's where most documents are generally daily and are linked to the work plans we have with our clients. Have heroes in the law, in the specific law service, is the worst things to us. We can have internal heroes, but not with the clients. So sometimes these documents ends in a court. So we can not have any error or mistake in these documents. That's why Legito into the law services specific, right? We have a lot of financial operation, for example, and we use another software. We have many options to financial software, but after search in all the world, Legito was really the only option to do what we need to do in the law services. Well, our challenge. Where we before Legito, where were our challenge? Basically, it took too long to generate personalized documents for each client. There were errors in data entry. Some employers did not use the most updated documents models. The expiration date of some documents was not fully maintained, and in general, there was no main repository of documentary control. After Legito, we have these troubles solutioned. Well, key success factor for Legito implementation so far has been CEO and President's total buy-in and top-down leadership. Well, Salvador, really, I don't use Legito. I am the president of my firm, but I review all that happens. Well, the situation that we really want to avoid right now doesn't happen. Okay, in the beginning, my employers doesn't want to make change. It's normal. After we put a strong hand in this situation, maybe 2 months, the employers were really happy with this software, with these solutions. It's only the change. It's only to adapt to new circumstances. And we have a specific bonus about results. The results were better. We earn more money, and the employers, our employers, gain more money. So it's been a solution that I think is going to continue and growing. The amount of documents and situations that we need to do service is really a lot. Right now, Legito is only applied in the principal documents, not in all operation, because we have not enough time right now. Maybe in 2 or 3 more years, we can apply Legito with more deep. We hope that. We are happy with the application of this software. Well, 1 year using Legito, we have automated more than 130 document model. We have generated more than 8,000 documents using Legito platform. This is really minimum numbers. we use Legito much more than that. Our major gains have been 80% reduction of the customer demand, 90% error reduction. Customer satisfaction has improved 25%. Some of our principal clients ask me what I did to do these new results. I ask completely transparent with Legito. We use right now two software, one financial and Legito. Both are doing the best result possible, but with the difference insists that we have 3 or 4 very good software about financial situations, but in the services, specifically the law services, only Legito is the real option. And our clients know that and ask for this software. Legito as a game changer. Well, the use of forms to fill the information to generate several documents at the same time. We can see at which stage a document is in. We can manage the versions of the document models. System notifications are very useful to renew documents that is about to expire. Well, in Mexico, we can contract an employer for a specific period to prove or to capacitation with specific rules. So we need that the software help us to remember all the dates, all the periods, but there are really dozens of employers that has in this situation. So it's not easy to control that in all the country, in all the clients, in all the offices. So in this point, Legito has been really useful for us. No more errors regarding legal content. We can upload certain official documents for our clients' record in order to have their update information. And we have the capability to generate reports by document, by client, and by end user. In Mexico, we are a country who depends on the commercial international agreements. Right now, we have a trading agreement called TEMEC. It's an agreement with USA and Canada. This agreement is completely focused in that the employers in Mexico has the human rights respect and all the situation to be better life. It's not only the compliance, it's the well of the employers. This is generate really a lot, too many legal reforms in too many laws. We have a specific group in my law firm only to know what are the modifications of the law or the new law or the new norms that applies. It's too many. Any week, at least are 2 or 3 legal modifications that implies that we change all the documents. Imagine do that and be sure that all of our lawyers do the documents and the service with the same reforms, the same knowledge. It's not easy. There are many pressure of US and Canada to over Mexico to have the best labor laws in the world. It's incredible all that happened. So any reform that happen is easier to put in documents with Legito. Legito not permits that our employers use an old version. Maybe in a year, the same document have 4 or 5 modifications about the legal reformations. So it's not easy to control that, but with Legito it's possible. And our employers are happy with that situation. And I, like a president with my staff, review one document in Tijuana, one document in Ciudad de Mexico, one document in Cancun, each document, so we can read that is the last version, the correct version of the document, and all the employers have access to the right document in the specific time. That's because Legito. Next steps. What's next for us with Legito? We want to integrate 2 of the most used systems in Stratego with Legito. Using their AP, Orion is the financial software or financial platform to and customized Stratego app. We have with our app specific to report to the owners some situations in the enterprises, which control the customer operation plans. This will allow to incorporate 2 of the important areas to Legito platforms. Right now, we need to be more deep with Legito in the law services, but in another areas that is not the application of the law, we think that Legito we will help a lot. And finally, as we continue to automate, our lawyers can dedicate important time to customer service and their continuous professional training. Well, it's not easy to have the right lawyers for our firm. We were the first law firm specialized in labor compliance in Mexico. All the labor lawyers was in the courts, was winning or losing cases. So we start a new version of the laboral law, and right now we are the biggest firm in Mexico in that way. But the problem is that I can find lawyers with the experience in our area. So when we contract a lawyer, we need to give them deep capacitation. It's not easy. We are doing things that he never learned in the university. So all the capacitation is continuing in actualization. So one more time, Legito is an excellent system to have the best introduction to our office, the best capacitation for the new Stratego lawyer. So we are working a lot, and it's real. I have been travel for 14, 15 days right now. 3 imports, new laws in labor things in Mexico. 3, only in the period of my travel. I need to study in the airplane and in the night because we need to be prepared to all these things. And for the specific situation of Mexico, this is going to be growing. Mexico is between 2 oceans, is a big frontier with USA, is the window to Central America and South America. So we have a lot of space, a lot of weathers, a lot of universities, too many people with university preparation. So big enterprise enter to Mexico and expect that all the workers have the complete compliance and be better his life quality because the employers do the right things to find that. So in Stratego, we have a lot of plans. We are continuing to growing, and it's been more difficult if we don't have Legito. So we are very, very satisfaction. We have very happy with Legito. Well, sorry about my English. I try to do the best, but I think that I'd be clear about the importance of Legito in my organization and the new troubles that my organization is confronting, product of all this new situation, labor situation in Mexico, after 50 years without any law reforms in labor issues. The last 5 years is crazy. Think about the reforms all the days. So thank you. And if you have any question and I can respond, I'll be happy.
Thank you, Salvador. Hey, we had a question come in, and thank you for that. It was great. So there was a significant production increase in Q4 2022. What caused that dramatic jump?
Well, in Stratego, specifically, I create a specific solution for our clients. After the COVID, the enterprises need a big solution that give them security, tax security specific. They need have better financial results with their employers, and they need all the compliance laboral. And Stratego put these three things in a same service, so the service of Stratego is really paid with the money that they don't cost about our financial and tax solution, specifically in the employers.
Oh, very good.
That's the cost.
Yeah, very nice. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks very
Thank you.
much. So we were going to have a coffee break, but before we do, we have an old friend of Legito, Luigi Camelli. He is a legal tech specialist at LegalSoft, or LegalSoft, and he's an associate professor at University of Milan. He's going to share his thoughts with us on scaling automation projects from implementation to enterprise-wide adoption. So please welcome Luigi to the stage.
Hi, John. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and to our Legito friends for inviting us here today. I'd like to tell you a bit about our experience. We are part of LegalSoft, an Italian company jointly incorporated by 2 law firms. And our experience started with knowledge management initiatives in one of these 2 law firms more than 20 years ago. And part of this experience was knowledge management and document automation. Through the years, we learned a lot by some mistakes, actually quite a lot of mistakes. I mean, we achieved good results, I think, but we also built upon the previous experiences of these initiatives. So LegalSoft today provides IT services to law firms, to actually 4 law firms. 2 of them are the owners of Legal Softec. Other 2 are service companies or owned law firms that provide legal services in certain specific areas. We started using Legito 2 years ago when the Unique Legal was incorporated. So let me show you a bit about what is our structure, what is the relationship we have with all these law firms and companies. I think this is crucial here, especially in the Italian context. The Italian legal market is not a big one. Our clients, our law firm clients, produce most of their documents in Italian. It's not a huge market. So I think for this kind of development, we needed to achieve some level of scale. And this was the problem probably with previous experiences. Law firms that were too small trying to do it alone. So this is what happens at some point. UniCredit, one of the largest banks in Italy and a group of banks in Europe, decides to put together all the banking litigation in one law firm, which is now allowed by Italian legislation, which is Unique Legal. And Unique Legal was actually put in place by Advan, NCTM, and La Scala, the 2 law firms that now own Legal Softec. It was crucial for Unique Legal to achieve uniformity for judicial briefs and to be able to make more efficient this large number of cases of civil suits brought by clients, bank account holders and mortgage holders, and also debt collection procedures. And so they did by unifying all their litigation cases into Unique Legal. And it worked. It worked quite well. It was 3 years ago, and this is when we selected Legito. We made a survey starting from an internet search. So we compared, just like our first presenter said today. We compared all the softwares, all the features, and we came up with Legito as the best solution. We started deploying it. It was just 2 of us at that time, and it worked. It worked so well that the 2 law firms decided to spin it off and put it into Legal Softec, which now provides, we're a task force, a dedicated task force of 4 lawyers working in Legal Softec and providing these services to all the companies and to all 4 of the companies and the law firms which are in these businesses. So we have to say a couple of things here because you might have problems of overlapping, competing interest. These law firms do different things, but some of these things are not different. So we might say that in some fields, they're also competitors. But they thought that it was more important to achieve scale and establish form of cooperation, in this case a joint venture, to set up automation, which they felt was crucial in order to achieve efficiency in those sectors. So this is how we were born. You see now that there's a larger group of subjects now, and CTM has its own international alliances. They are now evaluating Legito over other softwares that were selected in the past. La Scala has other company and subjects. As I was saying, well, this was a leadership decision. This was the vision of the management at that time. I think it cannot just be a bottom-up decision to come up with this kind of change. We know how lawyers are resistant to change. We heard that, and I'm going into that later on because of all the psychological aspect, which was quite important for us to resolve. Anyway, we went forward with Legal Softec starting 2022, starting to implement implement new documents. The two law firms decided it was not important to compete on that kind of content. It was something you could not make a big markup on, so it was more essential to come up together with efficient solutions. A little bit of history here I was telling you about earlier. And CTM was at the forefront on legal tech. We started developing our own case management software quite early. One of the first law firms in Italy doing that. Not only that, making document search, indexing, drafting of the documents more efficient. At that time, we could not select our automation software. It was an Australian software selected by our technological partners, not by lawyers, and this was crucial in a sense. And at that time, we referred to it as a knowledge management initiative. Unique legal, as I was saying, new kind of subject, very important. Here, depending on a change on Italian legislation, businesses, private capital could enter into law firms in a minority, with a minority stake, but still it was possible to introduce some external capital, and this was important too. And this pushed law firms to establish forms of cooperation, in this case, a proper joint venture, and start implementing it and working on the concept and on the technology. This is when we started evaluating softwares and selected Legito at the end of the process. And then end of 2021, effective 2022, Legal Softtech is born, and we are now a dedicated unit. We're 4 lawyers. We are no ITs. We rely on our internal ITs every now and then for the APIs or for the scripts that we need to implement certain sophisticated features in our template, but that's it. We're more or less autonomous. We're lawyers. We have a legal background. We do have a passion for technology. We like legal design, but that's it. What kind of document have we been, templates have we been developing? We started with banking litigation, first of all, claims and receiving claims from the bank clients. At the Italian level, this big bank used to receive dozens of cases per month, and most of them had repetitive contents. So they could differ quite a lot in terms of the way in which these suits were presented, but our response in court was more or less uniform, with a lot of variables, but these variables tended to repeat themselves in time. And so we started, we could say, with one of the most complex documents we can have. So a lot of variables involved. We could build upon the experience that we had in the past years. So the development of the content was pretty quick, but still putting it into a new software was quite complex. And this could allow us to automate a few dozens of cases per month. Most of all, this achieved uniformity in content, uniformity in formatting, which is normally a nightmare for this kind of documents. You know, lawyers are not very expert in all the features of Word, so their documents, especially when they're long and complex, become all mixed up, not nice to watch. And we could overcome that with Legito. And then came all the other sectors, data collection, merger and acquisition. We now have or are in the process of developing letter of intents, NDAs, the due diligence checklist, engagement letters, debt collection documents. In Italy is a quite complex procedure you have to go through in court, involving a number of documents, very often quite long, but with repetitive contents that need uniform formatting, taking a lot of time. And some of these documents can now be managed directly by paralegals. We don't need lawyers anymore for these documents. So at present, we have around more than 40 documents, some other being in the development phase, and working all the time on new ideas and new documents to develop. Now lawyers are understanding that this is in their interest. So they come to us with new ideas, they ask for assistance, they ask to be able to develop their own templates. It's just the four of us who develops these templates, obviously, but they can have a say in the user interface, in the way in which questions are asked, whether to complete the document looking at the preview or at the questionnaire. So we give them a say in a number of things. We try to cooperate as much as possible and make the experience as user-friendly as possible. In these first 2 years and a half, the number of our users has increased substantially. We started with 20 to 30 in unique legal. Now we're going over 100 users between lawyers and paralegal, with a fourfold increase. But as you will now see from the number of documents that are produced using our templates, the increase has been even more substantial. We see, starting with a few dozens documents in the first months. As of today, I think we have a projection of creating through Legito more than 1,000, between 1,000 and 1,500 documents per month. So might mean 50,000 documents per year. I think this is something our managing partners like to look at. They feel that some result is being achieved, and lawyers are starting to like it, I think. Of course, there must be a decision from the top. There must be a vision on switching to technology for the legal profession, but there must also be involvement bottom-up. We need to be sure that what we are doing is something that our lawyers like. Because if they don't like it, they're not going to use it. They will tend to keep their old documents, to say they're using automation when in fact they're not. They like to preserve their autonomy, as our Canadian colleague was saying first this morning. I think this is true, and this is absolutely legitimate. So what we do is to conduct formal surveys every year in order to understand what's going well and what we should improve. I think this is a very important part of the process. Even if, well, at some point you may also disregard what is said in these surveys. There will be always someone who will not be happy, never. But we need that they have the feeling of being heard. And of course, we like to improve our products and make them happier. This is the most recent survey that we conducted over a number of improvements that automation gives to the legal drafting job. And you see that these results are quite good. These results are quite good under a number of aspects. Speed, uniformity, context updated, the easiness of putting data in, document formattation. So we have a positive feeling. The most important part for us is the part on the left, those who are not so happy. So we also give them the opportunity to have their say, and of course it's anonymous, completely anonymous, under our responsibility. No data concerning the respondent is going to be revealed, and so it's strictly confidential. And these lawyers and paralegals give good suggestions, and suggestions that we try to follow up. Another quite important thing is the time-saving aspect. So this is their own, the self-assessment of the time savings that they achieve using automation. You see, most of the people here estimate that they reach a time saving between 50 and 70%. And I think this is a substantial outcome, something we look at with some satisfaction. So, coming to the problems, the obstacles that we face. First one being lawyers being jealous of their contents. This is only natural. Sometimes the management gets upset about this. We understand this, but we're sort of in the middle, and we think that professionals are also rightly jealous of what they produce, and so that we encourage them to incorporate their knowledge into Legito models. Of course, again, here they need to have the feeling that their knowledge is not stolen, but we will come to that later. Here is probably another motivation that they give. Sometimes what comes out of Legito is not perfect. There may be typos because the revision was not thorough enough, or there might be formatting problems, nothing that you cannot solve, but when it comes out of Legito and it's not perfect, they normally complain. They say, look, well, you spend money on this software and these people developing templates, and it's still not perfect. I think this is more of an excuse, but we have to listen and not get upset to what they say, and try to achieve the best possible outcome and strive for perfection. Sometimes it takes 2 months to produce, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months to produce a good template, and the partner says, well, how come? This is a 10 pages, 30 pages documents. How come it's taking 3 months? And this is hard to understand for them sometimes, but we need to be prepared. We want to give them documents that are perfect. We want to also to give them documents that are easy to complete. And this involves creating an improvement in their logic. Sometimes lawyers work on previous drafts which were created on the basis of tradition, accumulation of past documents. And you're really not able to reconstruct the logic behind it. So every time we create a template, we try to discuss with them how the logic of the choices might be simplified and improved. I think this is also essential in what we're doing and in winning their hearts and in convincing them to use it. Again, it's not stealing their job. It's not telling them, look, you're doing a bad job. It's just working together to achieve this kind of improvement, which with technology becomes even more efficient. just a short couple of things about knowledge management. I think this expression has somewhat disappeared from the legal tech panorama. I think it's still quite crucial precisely in that sense. We need to convince lawyers, not just with the technology. Having the good technology is an essential part, but it's not the only part. Sometimes it's not even, it's the trickiest part is convincing people to share their knowledge, to put their best knowledge into our templates. We cannot be experts at everything. We have to rely on the content that they give us. It cannot be just a purely technology-driven process. It's still the professional, the human person who's behind the lawyer, who is within the lawyer, that is the protagonist here. So we need to make them understand that knowledge management is efficient and it's in everybody's interest. It's not making your knowledge stolen by other colleagues. And this, sadly, this is still the impression that we get sometimes. So what are we working, what we will be working on in the near future? We'd like to promote this idea, and here I'm quoted Richard Susskind, the idea which is very important that people working in legal tech and in automation must become knowledge engineers and designers. So we have to look holistically at our job and promoting not just efficiency and technological prowess and speed, but also better ways of doing the old stuff. And it's going to be a time-consuming thing. And this is harder to be understood in some cases. We think of technology as something that from day one reduces the time that you put into your job. But in fact, in the first time of the implementation and the deployment, it's a time-consuming effort. It's something that takes resources, energies. And again, this is hard to understand in some cases. I think we have to deal with this fact that some parts of our job as lawyers are going to be sooner or later, no matter what we think, commoditized. That is, they are going to become something to be sold on the chip, something you need to be able to do very quickly and very well. This doesn't mean necessarily diminishing returns. This doesn't mean that the lawyers are getting poorer. If they become better at what they're doing, I think they could get richer. In this case, we need to reframe our profession, our job, not as selling knowledge in this case, because if you sell it like a good, it can be stolen, clearly, but as content licensing. These contents will change in any case. In a matter of a few years, legislation will change, case law will change, technology will change, styles, legal styles will change. So these contents will change anyway. So I think this is a potentiality we have to look at. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you very much. Hey, we had a question for you because I think you also saw a big jump in production in Q4 2022. Coincidence? What was that? Caused that?
Well, the jump. Well, in these months we saw we deployed a number of new documents in the debt collection area, which traditionally is quite critical, and so people jumped to it and started using. We also had an increase in users, But that does not explain the huge increase. I think it's the fields. This is one of the fields that you can reap huge benefits almost immediately. And we're looking at that kind of work, those kind of documents and automation potentialities. And I think there's a lot of it that we're still exploring.
Great. Wow. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. Okay. Thank you, John. Thanks. Thank you. All right, folks, we're going to take a coffee break, and we will return at 3:20. Okay? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to continue the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to continue the program.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Ladies and gentlemen, visitors of Prague, this is Legito PowerUp 2023. Please welcome your host, John Holtz.
All right. You're staying awake out there, I can see. Well, thank you for everyone coming back, and we hope you enjoyed the coffee break. We have a couple more presentations for you, fireside chat, and then Mark Settle will close out the day. So we have a pretty informative afternoon as we go into 5 o'clock. So without further ado, I will introduce the next speakers. So this will be a fireside chat facilitated by Gary Usen, who you met earlier today. He is going to facilitate a discussion on how to buy technology for business professionals. The delegates joining Gary for the discussion are Ian Larkins and Harry Johnson from Radius Law. Please welcome Ian, Harry, and Gary. You. Once again.
Good afternoon. Yeah, so we've got another fascinating topic here. It's how to buy technology for business professionals. Really, we're looking to kind of focus on general counsel and kind of legal ops teams, but they often report that buying specialist tools is a minefield for them. They have different business requirements than the rest of the company as a whole. So we've got Ian Larkins, former general counsel of Mercedes and founder of Radius Law. And we also have Harry Johnston, who leads many of the Radius Law's tech innovations. They're going to discuss some of the issues and how we overcome them. So first things first, I'd like to introduce yourself, Ian, and a little bit of background to Radius.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Gary. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to come along and talk today. So just a little bit to introduce ourselves. As Gary mentioned, we're from Radius Law. Radius Law is a law firm we set up in 2013, so we're almost 10 years old now. And I was a former in-house counsel for Mercedes-Benz in the UK. Radius was really trying to be the firm that I always wanted to employ, but didn't seem to exist. And there's some real fundamental principles that we tried to live by, and those are the things that, as I say, we was really looking for as an external law firm. We have the strapline of law innovated, and that's really at our heart, as you saw that on the first slide. But then we've also got sort of three sort of core principles beneath that. And that's firstly to make the complex simple. We know that the world is a complex place. Law is very complicated, but what we try and do is I guess the best analogy is like an iPhone. There's loads of complex stuff behind an iPhone, but the user interface is very simple, and that's how we try to deliver our legal advice. We embrace technology, so technology has been a core part of what we're about, and we try and always make sure that we deliver in sensible and certain costs. Those are three principles. So actually just flicking on to the last slide before I come back to that one. We work with Legito because we really felt that Legito supported those real principles. It delivers on all those, or helps us deliver on all those things of making the complex simple, and of course embracing technology and delivering sensible and certain costs. So we use Legito both internally within our business to create templates and precedents for ourselves. We have got our engagement letter on it, but then we also are providing it as a service to our clients and delivering for them their templates. So that's us. As I say, Harry's here with me as well, so I think Gary's got a few more questions for us that we're going to go through. And Harry's really leading the Legito implementation.
Yeah, excellent. So, like going back to your time as GC at Mercedes, what sort of challenges did you face as an in-house lawyer implementing new technologies?
Yeah, well, it was huge, actually, and I can't say we had a lot of success. Of course, that's going back to 2013, but I think it's worth touching upon some of the real tangible challenges that I faced. One was internal sign-offs. Being part of a global corporate organisation, it was. There was a lot of sign-offs for any project. The IT department particularly would want to do a sort of root and branch analysis of the project. We would have to compete with the sales department, and that's often where the project really fell down, because as a legal department, we're a support department. We don't add profit to the bottom line, or at least that's the perception of the senior management. So it's a real challenge to get yourself up to the sort of the top of the tree when it comes to budgetary spend. One of the things that we were expected to do before we implemented any new IT project was to look all around the world within the business to see if there was another application out there. And by the time all that's done, I probably would have retired. So it's a challenge.
Excellent. So, and how did you kind of overcome the restriction of being in-house?
Well, as I say, I can't claim any real successes on that, but I think some of the messages that have already been delivered today about a good implementation of an IT project, because we did have a few successes, but perhaps I can talk more about some of the ways that we're helping our clients implement IT and how we're helping them to find ways, because there are a lot of blockers. As I said, there's a lot of internal sign-offs. If you've got to get the internal IT department, they've got some legitimate questions often around sort of IT security, etc. So I think sometimes you've just got to find a way around all that. So one, maybe just in order, one, I'd say make sure you understand what the objective of a project is, repurpose anything that we've talked. I think the previous presentations have talked about that as well, if there's existing technology. Find the best solution, but don't spend too long on it. I think that, again, one of the challenges is that there's so many products out there, so you've got to kind of just ultimately go for one and just get on with it. But then, as I say, sort of looking at ways around challenges that you might face, and that's really one of the reasons why we chose Legito, is because it's a cloud-based application. That means that we can immediately overcome a lot of the objections that an organisation might have, because there are immediate concerns normally with any IT product is the integration, the software that's got to be loaded onto the system. So that's helpful. And also, perhaps I shouldn't say this, but it's when we deliver it, we can deliver it on an invoice as legal services, and that can really help the legal department just get around some of the tricky issues that they're buying IT.
Yeah. Well, luckily it's not getting filmed, so nobody will know about that. But okay.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
No.
Okay. You mentioned that in-house lawyers often aren't able to progress because of a lack of time. What recommendations do you have for that?
I think it is a real difficult one, because we talk to in-house lawyers all the time, and I hear the same problems of lack of time that I had as well, because it's very hard as in-house lawyers to deliver on proactive projects, because that the reactive stuff, the hitting a month-end deadline and a sales contract, that's going to have all the pressure. And as much as you can see that beautiful proactive project that's going to save you so much time and do so much good, you just can't get there. So I think you've got to make it a priority. You've got to get perhaps the chief executive to mandate it. It was one of the things that I did do. I made the chief executive put it in my own objectives so that I could say, look, the chief executive has said that this is a priority, so it's got to be done. And I think it's also about making some tough decisions, about saying to the business, look, there's going to be a time where we just can't provide the same support to you for a number of months because we've got to do this proactive project, and this is in the best interest of everyone ultimately.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all about, for me, and some of the presentations that we saw today, with EGT and things like that, but a well-crafted template with maybe restrictions up to a certain value or approval workflow. I mean, it could be a case of a lot of these things, once that's built, doesn't need to come to the lawyer's door. It can be all kind of solved because all the language is being approved, and the sales guys know the deal, and as long as it doesn't go over a certain value, then they can get the document themselves and send it out, and that can sometimes create a bit of breathing space. But you have that window, you're going to decide what that limit's going to be and things like that. But it also helps putting it more on perhaps the sales director's desk rather than the legal desk. If they say, no, you stick and use that for value deals over that. Anything above that value, then yeah, sure, come to me. But like with sales, often everything happens at the end of a quarter or end of the year. So that sort of helps. And then that can even evolve and maybe a more complex template could be created for maybe some of these higher value deals as well. So
yeah. And I think, I suppose one of your recommendations, and it's kind of building on what you were saying just there about sort of building to a more complex document is just starting with that simple thing. Often what we'll say to the clients that are taking it on, we'll say, let's just deal with your non-disclosure agreement, because that's everyone hates a non-disclosure agreement, and so if we can automate that, see the value, and then often what happens then is it then builds its own momentum. People say, oh, could it do this? Well, yeah, it could do actually, and we can build the case.
Yeah, let's see. I'll tell you what, I'll get you a question for you, Harry. So who should be involved in the buying decision?
So kind of with the experience we've had, so we've had a client recently, kind of following that, I would say at least someone senior. There was a risk where if the seniors are kind of starting to delegate, then they can't really appreciate the value there. It kind of gets pushed to the side, and I think in order to appreciate it, should I say, like, you need to see it firsthand. You need to be part of the walkthrough. You need to kind of have the brief there, and as well as kind of being senior, if it is only going to be a senior person there, then I would say characteristics-wise, I'd written down open-mindedness, analytical, and positive. I think if you're going in with tunnel vision or a negative mindset, again, you're limiting yourself. If you're looking at Legito for a specific task, or like it's narrow what you're looking for, if you only go in looking at that, you can't appreciate what more it can offer. I think when I've been part of a number of the briefings now for different clients, and as we're sort of going through the session and like what is available, the features that are there, it inspires further thought each time. So
I think we had I suppose a negative experience, didn't we, recently, where we talked about what we could deliver using Legito to a senior director. He was quite revved up about it. He then said, oh, actually, I'm really seeing this in my property department. You should speak to my property manager. We'll set up a meeting, property manager meeting, I'll be there. Excellent. As often happens then, as a busy person, he wasn't able to make it. And I think on your chart earlier, the property manager was in that laggard category. So we've not lost hope, but we've got some more work to do to find a way in with that.
Yeah, very good. So Harry, you've implemented hot docs both for within Radius and helping Radius clients. How have you found using the product?
So
just remember, there's a room full of people who use Legito here.
Yeah. So I joined Radius last July, and it had already been implemented. I hadn't used something like it before. It was very new to me, and it was a case of I couldn't kind of learn from the ground up. I had to go in the middle,
Yeah.
and instead of learning the foundations and building my understanding, I had to effectively do it backwards and work out how documents, records had been created and why they are the way that they are. So there was a challenge to it. The challenge was almost bigger because it wasn't from like the ground up. And then kind of compounded with that was that as fast as I was learning with Legito where you are, there's lots of developments and features being released constantly. Like, I join the webinars. They're great. I really enjoy them. But each time I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm still trying to get used to that. Like, and it's a constant challenge, but I think it's sort of like, because it's interesting and like, I'm passionate about it, that's what kind of keeps me going. And if worst comes to worst, I kind of fall back on the training. They are my kind of favorite ones are the courses. I can't remember the specific word that you use for them, but they are my go-to because it's basic.
Yeah.
So if ever I get like worked up in my head, I'll fall back on that, and it sort of just enables me to shift gears and come back at it like with a fresh mind. And then you've got the academy as well.
Yeah.
And of course, like I use you and Gary. I use you and Paul a lot. Like, and you guys are always on hand and super supportive.
Yeah.
And more than happy to assist.
Yeah, it is one of the challenges that maybe something that doesn't get kind of discussed is, some days maybe sat down and started building, all these kind of templates, and then for one reason or another they've maybe left the company, and then something new comes in, and it's quite daunting, even picking up a new tool, but maybe picking up and something that somebody has already kind of started on as well. Yeah. So I mean so we're kind of conscious of that. So that's why I was pretty insistent, we said we will be like proactively contacting you to check you're getting on okay, because you're new to a business, you're trying to prove yourself and things like that, but we don't need to give you another problem to kind of deal with. So it's something that we've all been very, very conscious with. So yeah, that's really what we try and do, try and go that extra mile, because it'll help us out in the long run. That was kind of one of the things I was going to say on that front. Well, I'll probably leave that. I'll go back because I could go on for ages. Ian, what advice would you give to other legal departments embarking on new technology?
I think the key thing, and it's probably covering what's been in some of the earlier sessions, but really about just what's the problem that you're trying to solve, and then find a solution. Often I think it's sometimes a little bit the wrong way around, finding a product rather than actually identifying what the solution is. And then one, I think secondly, starting small, go big, but really just get on with it, because you can have that decision paralysis if you try and rest too long on the decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I absolutely 100% agree with that. And what about some sort of challenges you have maybe with like your integrations and things like that? I mean, quite often if there's some big system or something like that, I mean, how do you kind of overcome that type of challenge?
Yeah, I mean, well, one of the again the reasons why we wanted to go with Legito was because of its APIs into other systems, because it's going to be really critical for us as we continue on this journey that we can integrate with our other applications and make our whole user journey easy, and that's for all sorts of different reasons. And one of the key things actually is about providing systems that are easy to use for our staff. I mean, we often talk about our clients and our customers, but actually, when you look at why staff leave companies, it's often because it's just too hard. The systems don't integrate. You need 26 different passwords to get into a system, and people are finding that they're not actually able to use their skills and do what they enjoy doing because the administration of particularly the IT systems are making their lives difficult, and they just can't get to what they enjoy doing. So that's something that's really important to us, and it's been great. And it's proven, although we're by no means perfect, we have got some really good systems in Leap, and some of our staff have said, you know, the reasons why they came to us was because of the systems that we've got, and because it makes their life easier. So that's really key.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that's something I'm hearing as well. Is you know, people. One that actually is coming up more and more with kind of interviewing people and things like that is they actually ask during the interview process, like, what technology are you using and things like that, because, you know, they want to be doing the job, you know, they want to be offering value and not getting caught up in the mundane type stuff, and that's really where kind of automation can really help. And you know, for these companies that are absolutely swamped, because that's the other one. Sometimes speak to some of these in-house counsel, and like, some of them are like working like 80 hours a week. You know, they're just like, and they know that it's getting worse because there's bad documents getting sent out today because they've not managed to get that. And I think the real value add with people like Radius is you understand these guys' problems. You could go in there, build a well-made template quite quickly, and they could start getting some breathing space already, and then they can maybe take it on themselves or sort of prove it out. So we'll sort of see with that. Well, we're running out of time. The counter's at 0. So just really want to say many thanks for coming all the way out to Prague, Harry and Ian. And yeah, hopefully we'll have a few beers on the boat later.
Indeed. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you once again, Gary.
Thank you. No worries.
All right. We are up to our one of our last presenters. Mark and I had the pleasure of meeting Tanya Gilreath with the California Association of Business Brokers last year. She was exploring different platforms to try to advance the board and certainly the forms committee into moving to a more dynamic and robust platform. And what impressed us was how she brought together a board of directors, introduced them to the system from the beginning, and has seen it all the way through implementation with some rather complex documentation. So Tanya's going to come out and speak about that, share her use case with you, and then I will follow up and ask her a few questions after. Okay? So if you would, please welcome to the stage Tanya Gilreath.
Well, thank you, everybody. It's great to be here. First time in Prague, and beautiful city. Really happy to be here. Wanted to tell you a little bit about myself and also about CAB. So what is not on here is that I'm a business broker, an M&A advisor, and an attorney. My first career was 20 years in IT. And so it evolved. I burned out a little bit on IT, came into selling businesses back in 2006, and got burned by an attorney in 2009, so I got a little bit irritated with that and went to law school in 2010. So I've had a very interesting road, but what I can tell you is that every stepping stone along the way has just been really phenomenal in terms of understanding the needs of an association, how automation, document assembly, and all of that can come together to really help an organization to grow, help an organization to bring in new members, retain its existing members. So I'm on the board of directors of California Association of Business Brokers and also a couple of other organizations that are focused on M&A advisory and business brokerage services. And I can tell you that as far as CAB goes, you know, our association, it's a nonprofit organization. All of our board members are either brokers like me and have their own firms, or escrow companies, escrow officer that owns their own company, or an attorney that owns their own firm. So all of us are volunteers, and so it makes things a little bit complicated when you're trying to get it's like herding cats, trying to get people together. But our purpose really is to empower our members, which are all business brokers, and to help them be able to sell businesses for their clients. And so one thing I want to clarify real quickly, because a lot of people don't know what a business broker is. We are regulated by the Department of Real Estate, so we are real estate agents. But instead of selling houses or selling commercial buildings, we sell the businesses that operate inside of those commercial buildings. So if you think about, you know, an office complex that has attorney for a law firm and an accounting practice, property management firms, you know, all kinds of other businesses in there, we don't sell the building. We sell all those businesses that operate inside that building. Okay, so our members are business intermediaries, and we want to help them. They're not attorneys, so we want to help them by providing them with forms and tools that they can use to empower them to do more transactions to help their clients better. All right, so in terms of enhancing our membership value, again, we want to bring in new members, we want to retain our existing members, and the best way we can do that is by giving them tools and giving them benefits and helping them to be able to focus on their core skills, which are selling businesses. And one thing to note, in California, we have over 400,000 real estate licensees, okay? We have probably less than 800 business brokers, and we have less than 400 members of our association. So we're like less than 1/10 of 1% of all of the real estate licensees in the state. So it's a little bit of a challenge. We're really focused on efficiencies, on helping to leverage processes, on helping our brokers, our members, to be able to do more, like I said, focusing on client interaction, on buyer interaction, on working directly with buyers and sellers. And one of the things that was really important for us to be able to do, one of the reasons that we wanted to partner up with Legito, is we wanted our members to be able to use our forms, but we didn't want other people outside of the membership to be able to use the forms. We wanted to, well, let me take you back for just a moment. The way things were in CAB, we started off with fillable PDFs. I know a lot of you guys have used those. And so when you did a transaction, it was redundant data entry. You had to enter the same business name, the same seller name, the same buyer name on all these different forms, because none of the data would merge from one form to the other because they had the forms secured. We went from that to the next level was where they were actually taking forms and creating them in HTML in a database. So it would spit out, again, a fillable PDF, but this time it was a little more secure, they thought, because the form was, you had to log into the CAB website before you could download a form. And so, you know, the evolution was really just going from one thing to something that was basically almost identical and had the same issues and the same problems, right? It didn't really solve anything. So with Legito, we definitely have a solution. And what we did is we were able to log in either from cab.legito.com or from our CAB website. If you're already logged into CAB website, there's a forms button that you click on that'll bring you straight into Legito using single sign-on. So that's been incredibly helpful. Another thing we did, we used to have one page on the website that had a whole long list of different forms. And it was no search function, and you had to go out there and try and find the form that you wanted. At one point in time, they were numbered. Then they decided to make some alphabetical. But since there were no naming convention standards, so again, that created problems. So now we actually have things separated into representation forms, transaction forms, buyer inquiry forms, and then there's some miscellaneous forms that are kind of one-offs that you really don't use very frequently. And so that's made it a lot easier. Plus, within Legito, obviously, you have great searchability, and you can just type in the first 3 letters of the form you're looking for, and up it pops. So that's great. The members that have started using this, are very clear. Once you start using this, you never want to go back to static forms. I mean, literally, you can do an amendment to a representation agreement in 2 to 3 minutes instead of 10 to 15. And so it's just, it saves so much time. It's really awesome. I like Brittany's quote about, it's very smooth. I like it. It's making it like representation agreements for dummies. I know all of you have probably seen, hopefully all of you have seen those yellow books that are for dummies, where everything's tagged. So it's kind of a take on that. But John's going to come back up. We're going to do a little fireside chat and talk about some of the other things and benefits that Legito's given us. And there you are. All right.
Thank you. I'll sit over here. Very good. Well, thank you, Tanya. One thing I don't think Tanya mentioned was if you're ever looking for a good example of training videos, you have a big group of folks and trying to get them to understand all the aspects of the system. She has done a fantastic job of creating videos which she narrates, and she goes agreement by agreement. And now members can go out to YouTube and pull them up, and really fantastic. So, use them as an example. So she really knew what she was doing there. And thank you for sharing your use case. Can you talk to the audience about what you've experienced in your different roles through the years in implementing technology? I mean, for instance, you were so good at creating the training videos, so you've probably done a lot of this, and you probably have some experience working with all kinds of people.
I have. I think early on in my career, and particularly when I was in IT, and that was my career, I did do a lot of training. I did a lot of training for, for end users on applications like Goldmine, CRMs and things like that. And so putting together training is relatively simple for me because, and particularly with Legito, it's just, you open up go into Zoom and then click on record and then start creating a document and just explaining what you're doing and why you're doing it. And I think that that's really important for helping people that have never used it before, particularly if they're a little bit technology challenged or if they're just, adverse to risk or adverse to change, like so many people are.
Because in the beginning, when we worked with the board, Mark and I worked with Tanya, and we had the whole board on the phone, and what some of them said was, well, why would we go through these questions when we're familiar with our forms, right? And Tanya did a great job of pointing out, like, I think you'd be more efficient if just the specific question was posed and you didn't have to figure this out. So anything that you did in particular other than blunt force pushing that through?
Actually, yes. I mean, I think that I gave them some examples of, well, when you have they're used to, all the board members have been business brokers for years. They're used to the forms. They understand the forms. But when you have new people coming into the organization or new people coming into the business brokerage as a career, it's a very complicated career. There's a lot to learn, and it's not something you can learn in a day and a half. And so anything that we can do to make it easier for them is really a benefit. And when you can build logic into your forms, like for example, another feedback I got from a member was that now with Legito, when you do a representation agreement, generally it's going to be an asset purchase, and so no liabilities are going to transfer. So if there's no liabilities that are going to transfer, why do you need a column of liabilities on your form that just says zeros? Because now you have to explain that to your seller. So Legito, it gives us the ability to take away things that create ambiguity and that create questions and create issues because they don't need to be on the form.
Right.
Unless they do. And sometimes you might have a manufacturing company that just bought a $200,000 piece of equipment and the buyer is going to be required is leasing, and the buyer is going to be required to take over that lease. So now you do have a liability that's going to be assumed, and that needs to be in the representation agreement. But that's not, that's the exception, not the rule. So if that's the exception, let's have a question in there. Are any liabilities going to be included? No? Okay, fine. Let's not put the rest of that information there.
Really using the conditional logic. And then you also leverage the tools in the system to educate too, didn't you? That they would understand what the question is, and so they could feel more comfortable answering it. Because I think what came up was, well, if we can't see the questions, potentially we're not filling out something that we need, and there could be some liability.
Correct. And also, we used to have a tutorial that a lot of people didn't look at because it was a separate document.
Yeah.
So you have a PDF. When in some cases, the tutorial content ended up being entered into a PDF tutorial as a bubble where you could click on the bubble, but most of the time you're not filling out a form and looking at the tutorial as a separate document. Right. But we did recently start adding in all of the help information. So when you click on a field, the help information comes up, and they can read exactly what's required there, which is great for training, because one of the biggest issues, or one of the most frequent mistakes that we find with business brokers is that when a business is owned by a corporation or an LLC, if John Smith is the person they're talking to, they put the seller down as John Smith. Well, John Smith doesn't own the assets. The assets are owned by the corporation. So the corporation might be XYZ Corp. That's your seller. John Smith is your authorized signer. So now we have that right in the questions and information that they're being asked. Clear. Yeah, makes it more accurate, and we don't have as many mistakes on the forms.
Very good. Taking you back just a little bit, because you've done such a great job with this, when you first started thinking about moving, and the challenges of that, I think you were looking at the market. Was there something in particular that you saw in Legito that made you think that's something we should pursue?
Yes, there were a few things, actually. It was I knew I wanted automation and assembly. I knew I wanted the ability to build in logic. I also, it was the fact that you could manage the data, and you could use the data, have the data transfer from one form to the next. Also, the form sets. One of the other errors that our brokers make is, in California, you're required to have an agency disclosure signed at the same time or prior to a representation agreement. And oftentimes, new brokers don't realize that, and existing brokers just get lazy and don't do it. And so with Legito, we were able to put it into a form set, so now they get generated at the same time. And there was also something Mark did so that when you download, it downloads both of them at the same time. You can still do a single download, I think, but that's not the default. It's a default for the multiple download.
So you saw functionality that would really fit your use case.
Yes, there was functionality, because our goal was to eliminate, well, our goals were multiple. We wanted to obviously make things easier and less error prone, eliminate a lot of the errors. We wanted to be able to eliminate the redundant data entry. And the electronic signatures was also a big,
good, yes.
Yeah, that was a big part of it. We definitely wanted electronic signature because it makes everything, we can streamline the process so much easier that way.
And
so
in particular, what Tanya explained to me was, having so many different types of brokers through California, many of them found e-signature applications to be cost prohibitive, and you're effectively using Legito Sign.
Yes.
Yeah. And have you had any resistance to that, or has it been embraced, or how have you worked with that?
I think that it will be used more so as we continue moving forward. I know that a lot of the brokers have integrations or set up, not from Legito Sign, but they have certain templates that are set up in DocuSign. And so at this point, in some cases, we're not 100% adopted on the system yet.
Right.
So as we continue moving forward, then yes, many of them will be able to drop their DocuSign subscriptions and things like that because they won't need it anymore,
Right.
which would be awesome.
Well, it's always a work in progress. And
It is.
I think when Mark is trying to educate folks on getting up and running, he tries to really drill in that, you do it in the initial implementation, but it's always ongoing, right? You're always trying to foster the usage and understanding. So that makes perfect sense. So with that, I think we've come to most of our questions. I think yesterday we might have been talking a little bit about how you've used permissions, is that right? And so that role-based permissions so that folks, when they go in, they can see more specifically what they need to do. So a user versus the board. Have you used tools like that?
Yeah, we have actually, so there are 3 admin seats that we have so that as the forms committee, as chair of the forms committee, I can go in and I can see everything. And I obviously change templates, add templates, do whatever needs to be done. And then, interestingly enough, my tenure on the board, when you're elected to the board of directors, it's a 2-year term. And so my 2-year term ends this year. Now, maybe I'll be re-elected. Maybe I'll rerun.
Right.
That's to be decided. But so Brittany is somebody who has come along, and she's also an attorney or former attorney, also a business broker, and she loves technology. So she was a perfect fit for somebody that I could kind of groom and train and teach her how to use Legito and kind of hand her the baton. And so we're in the process of doing that now. And just really wanting to roll everything, get 100% adoption by the end of the year. If I had had my way, we would have had 100% adoption probably 3 months ago. But that's because I just tend to move a little faster, I guess.
Yes.
So,
and I think we were discussing with Legito being intuitive and flexible, it was important to maintain the institutional knowledge going from person to person, and you felt that the platform served you in that way.
It does, because again, if you're on the board for 2 years and our forms committee, the chair of our forms committee has changed 3-4 times in the last 5 years. And so when I took over the forms committee, that's really my goal was just, I've got to find a platform. I've got to find something that we can use that's going to be a permanent tool that we can carry into the future, because there was, the goals that we had for being able to auto-populate forms and things like that, people have been talking about that for 10 years. But either the technology wasn't available, or because we're such a small association, it was cost prohibitive, or whatever. I think as technology advances and becomes more cost effective, and and just newer things come out. I mean, the changes in Legito, when I first started looking at it was back in maybe in August of last year.
I think so.
About maybe a year ago. So July, August of last year. And just the changes between, October, November, and today with the clause library. I mean, that was awesome.
Yeah.
I wanted to use that. It was like, you have no idea. I mean, in our forms, it's like you have a mediation clause in 6 different forms, and it said 6 different things.
Right.
because you change it and update it in one, and then it doesn't get changed or updated in the others. And so now it's just clause library.
Oh, yeah.
Go fix it in one place.
Yeah, 2 important points. For any of us who have bought technology for organizations, you want to buy something that doesn't die on the vine, that that's intuitive enough that new groups can pick it up and support it. And then also, in heavily regulated businesses, you have to find a tool how do you keep up with those regulations? And with the with the clause library, you can easily do that. So
Yes.
it's certainly a tool that you've used. It's valuable. Well, Mark and I couldn't be more excited than to work with you. Certainly working in California is a huge opportunity. And one of the things that Tanya wants to do is, really leverage the technology to build the membership across the state. So we really look forward to working with you.
Well, one of the great things that I can tell you is that the board of directors, they were a little tentative, as you know, from the conversations that we had and the questions that came up and all of that. As they are seeing more and more what Legito can do, they're finally, now they're starting to say, hey, how can we use this to help our certification committee? How can we use this to help our membership committee, or how can we use this to streamline our membership application process? And so now they're starting to understand this is not just about forms and providing forms. This is really more so a tool that can be used throughout the association because, again, we're a volunteer association, volunteer board. We do have a management company that we hire on we have a contract with them on an annual basis to do a lot of the back office work. But a lot of the back office work, again, it's when you have the president of CAB changes every year. I think the most static committee chair we have is the education committee, and Ron's been on running the education committee or chairing that committee for years now. I was co-chair for a while, and then I think before I became president of CAB, I was co-chairing education. And then after leaving, or not leaving, but after my tenure as president of the organization, then I decided forms was probably going to be the single most powerful thing I could do to really benefit the organization and to help drive it forward.
Yeah, well, and you did so, and I think you're going to leave a powerful legacy in that way. But again, thank you very much. We've really enjoyed working with you, and thank you for coming to the user conference and sharing the use case.
Yeah,
all right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so last but not least, I think you've met Mark Settle, my colleague in America. He's going to come out and talk about navigating the automation journey, and in particular, the do's and don'ts of successful automation. So please welcome back to the stage, Mark Settle.
Thank you very much, Sean. Just one couple of thank yous before we begin. First of all, a big round of applause to our host for today, Mr. John Holtz. I realize I'm the last session between you and Prague or your a quick rest or whatever it may be, but if you'll bear with me. One more thank you really to all of the logistics behind our conference today. So there's a large team, not only of Legito employees, but of those who put together this great stage, are running things backstage, helping with our live stream, our marketing team. If we could just give them a quick round of applause, I think that would be great. All right, so I thought since I'm the last session of the day, I get an opportunity to hopefully keep you awake. We'll see. So I thought I'd do that by telling a personal story. If you were at the conference last year, I kind of embarrassed my daughter in absentia, so today I'm going to embarrass myself a little bit and tell you a story about myself versus the washing machines. That should be a plural, really. So this is kind of a little running thing, a joke in my family with me and washing machines. So I got to start at round one, which happened about 20 years ago. My wife and I were in our mid-20s. So if you're doing your math, I'm in my mid-40s. Somehow my wife has fuzzy math, and she's like in her early 30s. But round one happened in our mid-20s. We bought our first home, and this home was built in the 1960s, and it had, I think, the original dishwasher in it. So it came time to replace that. I was young and wanted to do it on my own, poor, so I wanted to do it on my own. So I bought a new washing machine, pulled the old one out, was putting the new one in, and was doing mostly great. Had hooked up the water, got everything right, turned the water on, everything looked good, and I can't remember the reason why, but for some reason I forgot to do something, had to unhook everything and take it apart. So I'm starting to take it apart. My wife says, you turned the water off, right? And I said, oh, yeah, I turned the water off. And so I'm unhooking it. As you unscrew the water line, you'd think if the water was on that some water would start dripping and you'd know the water's still on, but the seal was tight enough that that didn't happen. So when I finally got it loose enough for it to come off and the water was on all of the way, and it's hot water for a dishwasher, it looked a little bit like a cartoon, right? The hose is going everywhere, the kitchen's flooding, we're grabbing towels, trying to turn off the water. It was a little bit comedic. So round one went to the dishwasher. So I should say I won because eventually it was correct, but it was just an interesting journey. So round two. So round two is 5 to 10 years later. I don't know exactly how long, but we had moved across the United States to a new location, bought a new home. Also had maybe the original dishwasher in the home. Home was built in the 80s. It was about 20 years old, and so we decided to replace this dishwasher. So this time, hey, I've done this before. It should be easy, right? So I'm pulling the old dishwasher out, and I've disconnected the water line, and the water line won't come out. So I'm down on the floor trying to pull this water line out. The water's off, thankfully. And so I am successful in that. So I'm like, oh, great, the water's off. This is good. And so I'm yanking and pull hard. All of a sudden, the water line comes really fast. Underneath the dishwasher was a sharp piece of metal. So if you ever see me up close, I got a nice scar on my thumb here where I just gashed it underneath the dishwasher. A little bit of blood everywhere. Should have gone to the doctor and got stitches, so I got a nice scar from that. So round two, dishwasher, right? So I'm 0 for 2 with dishwashers. Round 3 happened just last year, and so we're at a new home. So we built a new home 4 years ago, 4 years ago, and this dishwasher, a new dishwasher, so you think, oh, I'm good for years. I don't have to have round 3 for a long time. But it was Whirlpool, and I'm not a fan of Whirlpool. We didn't like it very much, and then it had an issue that would have required service, and so we decided to just replace it. This time, I had learned from my mistakes, and so round 3 was successful. So no issues, no gashes, no water spraying everywhere. It was actually quite easy, both because of my experience and because over the 20 years, dishwashers have improved quite a bit. And I would say if you're dishwasher shopping, get a Bosch. They're the best. All right, so round 3 went to me. So the reason I wanted to share this experience is as I'm talking about navigating your automation journey, it's a journey, right? And so there are waypoints along the way, things that we learn. And so experience builds success. So if we're doing something for the first time, we don't have as much experience, and we might make those mistakes that spray water everywhere. We might cut ourselves, and we might get to our success eventually, but that journey becomes a little bit challenging. So those experiences actually help us be better. By the third time I built that put that dishwasher in, I was much more proficient at it. Not only that, but the technology had improved as well, so it helped me as well. And so as we talk about this today, I'm going to share some of my own do's and don'ts about implementing your automation project. A lot of what I'm going to say today, I think, has really been said from the pulpit up here. So I'm grateful for all of those people who shared just fantastic presentations today of how you're applying a lot of these principles already within your business. And so I want to share a few of those do's and don'ts. So we're going to start with I have a don't and then a do often, so in these slides. So first, don't do it all at once. And I think we've heard this multiple times today. If you try to do everything at once, and I'm talking like waterfall approach to a project, right? I have 800 documents I need to automate. I'm going to do all 800 and then release them to my users. That's a terrible idea, right? It does a lot of things. It magnifies the mistakes that you make. It causes project fatigue, which is a real thing. And it's harder to focus on what you actually need to accomplish. And you lose project excitement because you take too long to do it. So you don't get this opportunity to build excitement for what you're doing, both with your project team and the business that you're deploying it to. I had to put the picture of everything everywhere all at once. Fantastic movie, highly recommend if you haven't seen it. But you feel like if you do it all at once, you just feel like you're getting pulled in every direction, and it makes things really difficult. So what you do want to do is get a quick win. So you want to build excitement early. You want to have early impact. And so you want to build that excitement within the business and your project team. But not only that, if you get a quick win and you do kind of a small project to start, whether it be a pilot or a specific part of your overall planned implementation, then what you also get is you get to learn from that. So you get to, adapt to what went right, what went wrong, what you need to do. And so if you're going to do that quick win, then you need to pick your high-value content first. High-value content is defined differently at different businesses, right? It might be high use, it might be your higher complexity, it might be the content that just excites your users the most. It might not even be the highest value or the highest use, but it's the one you're going to get the biggest win from that you choose first. So you need to decide what's high value for you and go after that first. I think that's critical in that first iteration of your implementation. And then as a part of that, leverage your wins. So I'll talk more about publicizing internally and those things as well, but you want to leverage your wins as early as you can to get people excited. All right, so don't repeat your mistakes. Charles had a great Albert Einstein quote. This may not actually be Albert Einstein, but I think it's largely attributed to him. But he says, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting the different results. I feel like this happens at my house. I have young children, and this happens at my house often, right? We are insane because we're repeating the same things over and over again, and we got to stop the insanity, right? But it's the same in our business. If we created a problem in our last iteration of our project and we're doing the exact same thing again, then what are we doing? And Paulo Coelho, who's a Brazilian writer, says when you repeat a mistake, it's not a mistake anymore, it's a decision, right? So now you're just choosing to do it wrong. So self-evaluation in that project process is key to not repeating your mistakes. So this goes along with getting that quick win, but do iterate and learn. So after you have the quick win, win again. So if you're going to implement good procedures with the right people, then it helps you have that iterative process. But I think we see a lot of people implementing Agile and they're sprinting, and they divide the work up into sprints, but they miss a very important feedback step or a self-evaluation step in that process. So if you're iterating, make sure part of that iteration is getting feedback, whether it be from your customers or just sitting down as a project team and evaluating, this is what went right, this is what went wrong, how are we going to change for this next sprint or this next iteration in our delivery. A little statistic up there, but Agile or iterative approach, those projects are statistically 2 times more successful than waterfall projects, right? So they just break things down, allow you to adapt. The other thing I'd say is measure your failures and successes. So if you've got this feedback loop through an iterative process, then make sure you're measuring that as best you can so that when you get to the next iteration, not only did we hopefully not repeat our same mistakes, but we have some way to validate that and know if we are or not. All right, don't expect perfection. So I got my spilled milk up there. There's a kind of a nice American phrase, don't cry over spilled milk. So you work to not repeat your mistakes, but mistakes are going to happen, right? And that's just, people are human. You're going to see mistakes in your automation process. You're going to see mistakes coming from your SMEs. You're going to see mistakes in the planning, in the project management. All of those places that we're human, we make those mistakes. So as they happen, don't focus on the mistake. Focus on what the solution can be to that mistake. So have that feedback loop. Have a discussion about it. Don't play the blame game, but sit down at a table and discuss what went wrong and how do we solve it. And I think an important part of that is having that be part of the process and expecting that there are going to be mistakes, right? I've worked in teams where everything blows up because there's a mistake and they're not willing to talk about it, and we should expect that as part of our project. We should plan for it and understand that we're going to have to do some rework sometimes. We're going to have to adjust to those mistakes that will happen. So don't expect perfection. None of us are perfect, and we probably won't ever be. We're just going to work towards it. All right, so I talked about that feedback loop. Request your feedback regularly. And whether this is in testing your content, so if you're doing document automation, you want to have an issue tracking system that allows you to get feedback back easily. And even you want a feedback loop for documents that are live and being used by your customers. So I thought, Luigi talked about some great feedback that he was getting in his presentation, and I'm sure many of you do this. So having that process to get that feedback and then know how to work off of it is very important. If you're releasing new content, whether it be changes to an existing content or new content, have a sign-off process on it so that you're getting the feedback that you need before it goes live. Everybody's comfortable before it goes live. Publish a process to get that feedback after content is live as well. Make sure that's documented for your users. They know who to go to and how to give feedback. This is, we've heard this said up here multiple times today, but if the customer is really who we're doing all of this for, and we're not facilitating their ability to give us feedback, to know how to do it better for them, then we're missing a huge part of the success in our journey. All right, don't ever think it's one and done. So specifically in document automation world, this is where I've seen the biggest mistakes by some of my clients as I've worked with this over the years, is that they think a template, I'm gonna build my template, I'm gonna put it out there, and I'm done. If you think that, it feels a bit like this. It comes back from the dead, right? It does, because no document is static. When you build these templates, laws change. Subject matter experts think, oh, well, now that I know it can do this, I would also like it if it did that, right? So you have additional features that come that are desirable from your end users. So you should plan for change, right? So you plan for the change. You want to turn into the beautiful butterfly that he does. But, plan for that change as a part of your planning process. So not only does your iteration include what's my new template development or my new document automation that I'm going to do in this next phase, or whatever integrations and other things I might be planning as a part of my implementation, but I should always have a budget for maintenance of that automation. And whether that be automation with workflows, automation with documents, automation with whatever it may be, those things are living. And if you're not budgeting for that maintenance of that content, then you're missing it. And you're really gonna feel the weight of that when you're trying to get new things done and you still have to maintain the things that are changing. So you have to plan for that. Automation leads to the users asking for more, and this is fantastic, right? This is what we want them to do. It helps them increase their efficiency. It helps us reduce error and reduce the risk. So we want them to ask for more. So if we're not planning for that more, then we're missing it. So we definitely want to make sure we're planning for change and build a process for those change requests, right? So that you have a process to both know how to budget your time for them, but also if they're coming in a lot, you're going to have to budget your time and say, this we can do now and this we can do later. So you have to have a kind of a process to approve and manage those requests that come in. All right, so don't miss key stakeholders. This is another one I've seen commonly. So Charles maybe talked so if you're doing a larger project, so if you're a citizen developer, you're all of it, right? So you kind of do your own project. But if you're building a project that's going to release the software within your business, it's not quite like a citizen developer. There has to be some of your key stakeholders involved. There has to be a business owner. So it doesn't matter how good your plan is. If you don't have the right people involved, it's going to fail. So if you don't have executive sponsorship, if you don't have the right budgeting, if you don't have a project owner, then you're not going to have success. It doesn't matter how good your plan is or how good the solution is. You have to have those people. So you have to build the right team. So know all of the roles of who you need and ensure their commitment and ensure or require their time, right? That should be part of your planning process. So if you have subject matter experts who are going to provide markup of your content that you're going to use in automation, then you have to have their time. And so that expectation has to be set up front and has to be done. That's maybe one of the most difficult things, and it's different in different industries. It's probably the hardest in legal because your subject matter expert is often a billing attorney, right? And so trying to get some of their time away from billing is extremely difficult, or in a corporate legal environment. But anybody, even if you're working in HR, compliance, banking, the people who are those subject matter experts, they're busy, right? But they have to realize to get the savings and the risk reduction that they're going to get from automation, they have to invest time to help provide the subject matter expertise. And I think that's probably the one of the most common failures in an automation project is not getting enough time and not getting enough buy-in from those subject matter experts. They are critical. Understand what your constraints are with your team as well. So you require their time, but you might be constrained by how much time they can give. So don't plan to go more aggressively than they have time, right? So you have to adapt your plan to them because they're really key to having success. I put some kind of, in a document automation project, these are kind of the four, at least, roles that I would always expect to see in a document automation. You got your SME, you've got the person actually building the template. There are rare cases where those are the same person, but usually they are different. So because of that, you have to have good communication between those resources. You'll always, hopefully, always have a project manager that's overseeing that. PMO is critical to success. And then a project sponsor, somebody who owns this back to the business. So those four roles, they can be combined to one person sometimes, but pardon me, they all have to exist. Don't overcomplicate things. You know, I think Charles, a few of you have mentioned this today. I like Charles talking about that dichotomy of we want to make it simple, but we can't make it too simple, right? So complex things have to have some level of complexity. So you can't just go on keep it simple, stupid, that old principle. It's not quite that simple. I like this quote by Richard Branson. I think I put it up in my deck last year. But complexity is your enemy. Any fool can make things complicated. It's hard to keep things simple. So it's finding the balance to keep it simple enough. If you've got complex things that need to be automated, there's going to be complexity. But where can you reduce the complexity that is unnecessary? And we do tend to overcomplicate things naturally ourselves sometimes. Like we just make it harder than it has to be. So having that as kind of a part of your process and thinking, are we overcomplicating? Do we have to do this? What value does this part of my automation actually bring to us as a business versus this? You know, can I build one massive template with a ton of logic in it to change based on the options? Or can I build 3 different templates that really make it a little bit, you know, simpler for our end users and a little bit simpler in the maintenance side? So sometimes those decisions are made to just reduce the complexity to help you maintain your content in a better way. Define your success and your process really well. So you want to, I've already kind of beat this one to death, but as you iterate, you're going to do that feedback loop, know and improve your process. But I think a big one here, and this has been said multiple times today as well, but define what success means for your project. It does no good to go into a project if you don't know what the success is. How are you going to sit at the end of that first iteration or each iteration and know if you've been successful if you haven't defined what success means? So publish it as a part of your requirements. What are your success criteria? Measure it with each iteration. Where am I in my success criteria? So if I publish what that success criteria is, I hopefully can come up with a way to measure that. Where am I in my success criteria? And if you can, understand your return on investment. So we've seen a lot of great statistics today of where you are, how many templates you're using, how many documents you're generating. That's all ways to measure your success in your project. As you iterate, simplify your process where you can, right? So you're going to get this feedback loop, and you're going to get a lot of feedback, and then the tendency is sometimes, if I'm iterating that often, I'm getting all that feedback, well, I'm going to add this and this and this and this into my process. See what you really need to add to your process and what you need to change. Make those decisions very carefully so that you don't overcomplicate. Finally, have a launch plan. So publicize a lot, and then do it some more. Internally and externally. So I just think this is key. Paul early on today talked about the fact that the big failure they had with the project that must not be named. But then when they had success, what they've done is very early on, they go out and they talk to the end users, even before the implementation. Publicize what's coming. Publicize when it's coming. Publicize after it's come. Internally. Make sure there's good documentation internally. Externally, there's something that really drives success from a project team from getting some recognition, both internally and externally. Just a simple press release sometimes of, hey, we did this and this is what it brought to our business, does wonders for the team that's actually in the weeds building that content and working on that automation. So have a launch plan that includes publicizing as a part of it. That's critical. And in your vendor, if you're working with a vendor, Legito or whoever it may be on whatever project, they certainly appreciate the external publications as well. It helps them and it builds your relationship with them as a vendor. Properly time your training. So one of the don'ts that I see is training too early. So if part of your implementation plan you're using third-party services to do some of your automation for you, don't train and then have them go off and build all the templates and then they give them to you 3 months later. That might not be the right timeline, but if you trained 3 months and they didn't touch it until 3 months later, then you wasted a lot of time and effort on training because they really need that training when they're going to start getting access into the tool and using it. So just think about that in your project plan as well. And then leverage your successes of previous launches of whatever other implementation you may have done. So with that, while you're doing it, you do all this work. It feels like a roller coaster ride, and you have a choice. Do you sit on the roller coaster like this, or do you throw your hands up and you enjoy the ride? It is a journey, really, as we go through these implementations. I think everybody in this room is experiencing it. Enjoy it, right? Make sure that you get some enjoyment out of that journey as well. So I appreciate your time today, and thank you very much.
Excellent. So that wraps up our presentations for the day. Mark and I wanted to close out the day by thanking everybody. In particular, we work very closely in the latest area of expansion in North America, and we're most appreciative to everyone who traveled so far, having people travel from Canada, Tanya from California in particular. I know that her flight was so long. Also folks from Colombia, Mexico. So those who traveled so far, we really do appreciate it. Equally, we greatly appreciate those who have been with us previously and have returned and contributed so much to our shows over the years. And as we started the day, I think we started by saying we really celebrate our user community and the remarkable impact that you have on our future development. And we truly hope that we've demonstrated that today. And from here, what we're going to do is provide you with a networking opportunity in the hallway, food and drink. And then later, I hope that you've all seen that Paul Marlborough will be holding a workshop, and it's going to be titled Using Legito for Automation of Non-Document Processes, so creating applications. I know Mark had a very successful workshop in the morning. Paul is going to conclude the day. So if you're interested, please sign up, and you'll see Paul from 5 to 6 in that workshop. Okay? Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much for being here.